The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space, we began our story creating a small settlement. We then moved to a new area under the watchful eye of the king. After gaining the king's approval, we then began cultivating Shady Acres. This was the end of Chapter 1. As we began Chapter 2, we started creating our third new town. We also began our first side story, focusing on a citizen named Cody Stone. We then went back to our main city and continued growing it. We practiced our traffic management by providing people with ways to get to their destinations in multiple cities around the world. We continued growing our population, created a shopping center, and our transportation network ended up earning us a bit of money over time. For our next side story, we traveled to another brick in the mall to create a shopping center focused on a fast food restaurant within our city. After getting close to going bankrupt, we then traveled to a new place, learning different food recipes and starting our new restaurant. We continued growing the city by adding multiple tree farms up on a hill, more to our education system, and also general population growth, like a new neighborhood. We then took 50 days to build up a trading card shop. We sold packs, booster boxes, dice, sleeves, and more. We continued to grow our population. We also moved around the different types of industries we had close to the downtown area. We moved our stone quarry across the river, and we also bought up more map tiles so that we could move our main industrial area further away from the downtown area. We then noticed that no matter what we did, we kept losing money for an unknown reason at the time. Our second to last side story took us to Hitman Word of Assassination. In Hitman, we followed Agent 47 as he took out bunch of people within our city. We then went to Prison Architect to create our city's prison that would be strong enough to hold 600 prisoners and Agent 47, the most dangerous hitman our town has seen. After the city's prison was completed, we then watched Agent 47 complete his final mission. At first, Agent 47 had escaped us, but later we heard he was going after a target in a mansion, which ended up with him getting caught and thrown into prison. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. We are in Chapter 2, The Modern Era. Today we are playing City Skylines 2. So I think that the trash is just piling up because the trucks can't get around the city easily, and being able to have that lane tool to dictate which lanes are able to turn different directions will help us a lot. And another thing is that we have a lot of dead bodies, and it looks like health is coming around again. So if we take a look at our health coverage, we have enough green. So we did add this clinic here, I think, in the last stream. But that also could have happened on Monday. I don't remember when. And that should be helping us get everything caught up on the health-wise. It's just the dead bodies, we have just too many. Because it's the main city, and we had multiple large death waves due to us being in the negative 10 million. I had to cycle through the taxes to let a lot of people move in, and then they would move out over a time, move back in a lot. So when you have mass move-ins, it creates mass death waves. So everyone will die around the same time frame. And that's not good. That's why you're supposed to increase your city slowly, and that's not what we did. Now, I did write down a few things for us to do. We want to do an outdoor mall, which is what I was just talking about for right here, where the air pollution is too bad. We also want to add subways. We added a subway depot, which goes directly into the Mountaineer, and then loops around, and it ends pretty much like right here, or at the road, I forget. Oh, it's right here. This icon here is where the track ends. And we're going to connect that into at least 3 places. We're going to do like a southwest, northeast, and then one right here near the bus station. I'm not sure exactly where, just somewhere in this vicinity. Probably would be better to be on this side so that they can just walk alongside the same road that they are on. Actually, it might be beneficial to put it over on this side so they go to this path and then just cross the road and not have to cross in front of where the buses go in. And that'll help with bus traffic. And then the third thing is to keep upgrading our education. We only have 2 stages of education being used. Now, I have been seeing a lot of people on YouTube that are doing their education, and they are fully doing elementary into the green. But I'm trying to avoid doing that because we're just going to have a large education boom. And the more people we have, the more this is going to go up. So it's just an endless cycle of increasing. There's a crystal in chat if anyone wants a hermit crab with a very large boulder on the side, on its back. So what we're going to do in City Skies is education. So we're doing the college 100%, and then we'll look at university. We may not use the university right away, but we are definitely going to take a look at what they look like. Now, we do have them unlocked, which it seems like this is, no, that's modern tech. This is the medical university, so of course it's huge. We need a very large space for this, and then we should have these two. This is the regular university, and then this is the specialized tech university. The tech university and the medical university do different things for the city. We'll look at that later. What we need is a large designated area for these two various things, and I'm thinking we may unlock all of these squares and not need to use anarchy. Good job, SiriBot. It says you banned somebody. It says reason spam detected, but it doesn't tell me why. What did they say, SiriBot? Okay, so air pollution, we should probably focus on the most. Goes across the mountain range and pretty much builds in this area, so we don't want to put any housing here. But we can put pretty much any other type of city zoning. So commercial, industry, obviously, because it's industry is causing the issue. And then offices. Now we could, for the second time, completely move our industry to the other side of the mountain, further push the air pollution away. Now, the only downside with doing that, this is a very large ground pollution area that is very, very polluted. It will take quite a long time for us to wait for this amount of pollution to disappear. It's also going to be a lot of ground pollution around the coal plant, the oil drills, and our groundwater treatment plant. So we might not do that. We might just add another industry zone over here, since we do have the tab saying that we have demand for it. So what I am thinking of doing first is find a zone for the farmland, which is right here in this little crevice of the river, so that we can move this over. We'll then take a look at our production, because I know we only had two things last time we checked that were making a surplus of things. One of them I think was the farm, the other one I think was ore. Just the regular ore, not the specialized coal or stone. And we'll add that in the farming area. We're going to need more forestry, so we might add a forestry zone up here where these trees are, since that seems like a very decent area. Actually, let me look at this. Yeah, we could have forestry up here, and an ore right next to it. There's a tiny bit of oil we can drill over here on this side of the highway. And then this is outside the city. We cannot build out here on the map. I'm surprised that it shows us resources out there if we can't go to that point. The dotted red line is where the map ends. So really, we're kind of limited on our resources. This is the corner. If we look this way, all the way to... looks like right here. Not where that is, so it goes up a little bit further, I think. No, I had it right the first time, it was just the angle. So we only have this fertile land, this fertile land. That's two. We have a third one here. 4 fertile lands that we're going to use. We have this one, but we're going to extend our downtown area to that. So we really only have 4. But there's a total of 5. We have a lot of ore. And looks like 3, maybe 4 things of oil, 5 things of oil. So we may be in an issue with oil as well as farmland. The reason why we're not making a surplus on our different things is because our city is growing. The more people you have, the more they're going to want. So what I'm going to do is buy the tiles. Now there are quite a lot of tiles here that we need to buy. We are just going to buy these 9. Now, the thing that goes through here is not a road, that is a train station, train line. How are we doing in our money? Tile upkeep is at 800 pretty much. So if we highlight these, it tells us our tile upkeep increase, which is, let's say 200,000, just to round it up. Our total is here. 200,000 is not going to increase it too badly. We are getting close to how much we're making. So I should probably not buy that square just to limit how much we have. Actually, we could just start with right here and then work our way around. Okay, so we'll definitely buy those. Now, I need to see how Anarchy is going to work with adding a highway intersection over here. So if we do Control A, turns our little bird here to being red and on fire. And that means we can build anywhere, do anything. So what I want is intersections here. And do we want a 4-way intersection? I think we do. And I'm going to use this one because it's a different intersection. I'm going to try to use different intersections every time we try and put one in, so we have something unique to our city. And what's the best way that this could be angled at to stay with the current angle of the highway? I want to try and get at least one of them lined up correctly. It looks like right here would work well. So if I go between the words highway and delete them. That should be close to enough room to connect this in. Nope, we need one more. So we'll get rid of this as well. And now we can build it over here a little bit more and bring this in a little bit easier with the bends of the road. So we're going to place this here. Now you do still have to pay for stuff. It's not like Anarchy makes it free. But what we're going to do now is delete a tiny bit more of the curve. And then we're going to grab this, and I need 2-way. We're going to find the parallel tool, which is right here. And we want it curved. So now we come out here until the line lines up with the bottom highway. And what I want is in the middle of the 2 lanes, right where we are. That should be a nice slope going in. And then we're going to do the same with this side, which looks like we have to delete to the tunnel. And this is going to be less of a noticeable curve. Now for this side, I'm going to place the road backwards. No, I'm not. I'm going to start from this side so that it does it correctly. And then we're going to do the same thing. I need it between the lane dividers. Right there. Bring this in. That's it. Now we're going to upgrade a little bit of this to be 3 lanes so that they have a larger area to merge into the road. We may end up making this 4 lanes just to help with traffic, because it looks like they go into a roundabout and it is 2 lanes going in, so that they can also go to the other side of the highway. Which we're going to use this later on for when we build over on this side. I'm planning ahead for that. Okay, now something I'm seeing is that this is here, but it's not actually connected. Is there anything else that's like that? Doesn't look like it. This looks cool going down into the ground. I like the look of this. There's also people on the road for some reason. Okay, anyway. Let's delete smallest portion. Now, normally, if this would happen and you didn't have anarchy on, I don't think it would let you place this back in. But what we're going to do now is connect these 2 pieces without parallel. We don't need that on anymore. So now that's connected across. People could go across here. They're not going to use this part, the Grove Highway part, because there's nowhere to go. But now we can get all the way into the city. And once I connect this in over here, we'll be able to get to this point. This also allows us to take this train line, the same way that we're doing with the highway, and bring in trains to our main city. So we can add train lines going in and out of the city, which is going to help us with our industry, because we can add a large train depot right here for commercial industry, not commercial, train freight for industry. But what I'm focusing on more is farmland. So what I want to do is just add the farm buildings. Now, what are we making over here is what I need to know first. We are making cotton, so that's the first thing we need to build in this area. And the circles are pretty large. We're going to probably move the train line somewhere else just to avoid this fertile area. So I'm going to place these in randomly and not do the zone. And then let's look at our production. So right now we're making a surplus of everything. I think that's because I have it paused this entire time.
You're tuned into Second Moon, the channel where the classics never...
Yep, there we go. Now we can pause again. So this tells us what we need more of. We obviously need more of the coal and stone, like I said earlier, because the only thing we're making a surplus of is ore. We don't have a lot of use for ore in the city yet. We need more oil, so we're going to need to place in that across the highway. Another reason why I put that highway T-junction across. But what we need is more wood, which we're going to add in this area, and then the other 3 farm types. Now, it's not going to tell us that we're making a surplus even after I place these farms in, until I have them connected and zoned. So if I put this here, I can see exactly how far that line goes. So we want this one roughly here. I have to hit escape so that we get out of zone tool. And then this goes to pretty much this tree. And this one goes to this tree. So we want something close to here. Oh, I don't have to press escape. Look at that. Hello, Tori. There's a little bit of treats that are on the blanket next to me. But this one goes to this tree. This one also goes to that tree. So we want something up here, which is pretty close to outside our town. We unlocked a specialty building called the Dairy House. And that, I believe, is industry. So we could place this in. We're not going to place it over by this farm, although we probably should, because it'd be quicker for them to get their resources from this area. Now this does seem like we're going to need the tiles out here. Hopefully with Anarchy on, we can build that zone. But what I need to do is turn Anarchy off now that we're in an area that we can zone. And what I'm going to do is actually put Anarchy back on. We're going to grab the highway, bring that in. That's the wrong one. This is the correct one. I'm gonna bring this straight in until it's within our city limits. And then now we turn anarchy off because we don't want that on anymore. That was just so that I could have like 90-degree bends in the road. So I am thinking... Now, I'm not a fan of having highways go directly into like an end junction, a T-junction, and just ending abruptly. What I want is a road that goes straight up and kind of like cuts through all four. Hi, Tori. What he do? So what kind of junction could we make that just ends it nicely? I don't think there's any T-junctions that end on a main road. These should all be highways. And these are 4-point junctions. We don't want 4 points. Okay, so we're gonna have to make our own junction. Now what I kind of want... Actually, if we go back in here... kind of want this. But then the road going vertical would be the regular road. So I want a trumpet interchange. I think we will design our own, but that's the look that I'm going to go for, is something that looks like this interchange. So what I'm going to do abruptly, just so that I can see where it needs to be, is bring this all the way down here. Don't pay mind to the direction these are all facing. They're going to be changed once I place in the roads for each one. All I want to do is bring this road like this for now. And then this is going to go straight up here. You know what? Maybe because the train line doesn't really affect the road, and we're not going to have too much up here for now. We might leave the train line where it is and just do the zoning around it the best we can. We might want to bring the train line slightly more downwards and then swoop it up so that this has more area of effect. We'll worry about that later. Now, the thing that I did just realize is that this is going to cut off a lot of the circle. So we may not want the roads right where they are. I think we are going to bring them around the circles a little bit more. So we really want a road going here, going up. That's a little far, but it's fine. This one pretty much goes into the corner. So let's turn anarchy on. And then I want this to be in line with that. Get this to about 90. And then continuous tool. We'll make this our river road. Just like we did in our main city. And then that means we can get rid of this. And get rid of this part, at least. So that should be... Oh, wow, I cut it off right at the end of the zone. Look at that. And then this goes to about that street. This one also... This one goes over the street. But that's because this is over here. We probably should move this to the left more. Which one is this one? I can't tell, because none of them are being used just yet. But I have a feeling it's the vegetable. It is the vegetable. Okay. We're gonna get rid of you. Where do these end? Because they're here. We want to go up more. About right there. Okay. Now, how does the train line cut into the zoning? It cuts in quite a bit. Yeah. So we are going to change the train line. I'm going to bring it this way, which is going to be tricky trying to avoid the highway, which I am actually going to delete. And instead of doing the trumpet interchange that we're going to do, we're going to add a medium roundabout right there for now. If we need to later on, we'll change it to being the interchange that we actually want. Now, our trucks should be able to go around and connect in. What I'm going to do first is add the zoning and then put the roads around the zoning. How do we do the train line in a way that I can see where the zoning is? Can I do that? I can do that. Look at that. Okay, so what I want is probably continuous tool. Let me close this and get that open, and then open this again. I really want something that goes around. Avoids the roundabout, but also connects in pretty much where the existing train line is. Something like this, and then a double bridge track going this way that connects straight into over here. To there. How does this look visually? It looks a little weird. That's because we're moving it. So now, if I were to delete this track, are there any trains on it that would disappear? That looks like it's not even connected there. Or here. I did see a train over here, but I think they're leaving. Yeah, they are. A little bit of jitters because we changed things, but now we can delete that. So no more trains use that part. And then all of this. So now we have this wide open area. What I'm going to do next is roads to each one. But I need to know where the most efficient way to add the roads are. So this one, I think, will go from the north of the circle, where this tree is. Which is about right there. So let's grab here. Bring you in like that. I'm going to turn off continuous. So that pretty much goes up to the zone and leaves space for the zone. Then this one, I think we'll have connect directly onto this road. So I'm just going to bring you straight out to here. And then we're going to move this house before we take anarchy off. Next thing, this guy. I think we'll just rotate it. So let's bring this straight up.
Has anyone seen my keys?
And then it should be roughly this length width.
Oh.
Okay. Last one.
I just lost my keys. I'm sure
Actually, let's build the road going down here as well.
Parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait. I probably shouldn't have said that. If anyone finds them, please.
And go to here.
Steal
So we have a part for that.
The old turnbuckle mobile, please. Oh.
And then this
There
one,
we are. Well, never mind then. Thank you for listening to.
we could bring another road going straight up.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently that's not.
I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a road from about here, go straight up, and then into that building.
Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain
Is this 90-degree bend, though? That's what I want to make sure I have. So there, to here. Now we're going to move everything, and then we need to connect water up here and power. Now we have our power line here, so we could just add a transformer over here and then connect it in. I think that's what we'll do temporarily, so we don't have to make multiple power lines.
Thank you.
Add this here, grab this power line, bring it all the way out here, and just connect it directly in. We now have power to this area. Next thing we need, which is also another thing Anarchy will allow us, is water. So until we build up here, I'm just going to connect them in very poorly like this. Now, another reason that people use this Anarchy tool is to allow you to grab a water line and make an outside source. So we have power going out here, but not every map allows you to bring water outside the map. Anarchy allows you to do that before you have the tiles. So you don't have to go around and buy every single tile. So now what I'm going to do is bring this down. I'm trying to get the right angle so I can see everything. Bring you to the highway. And then I'm going to try and bring it in the middle of the highway. Doesn't look like it's going in the middle, it's going alongside one of the roads, which is fine. Bring this all the way down into our main road here. And this will mean that, one, we are able to sell our excess water and get a surplus amount of money from that, but also allows us to connect into our development up this way. Connect you all the way up to the roundabout. Now they should have water and electricity. So now we're going to move all these farms. Oh, that's the zone. If I turn Anarchy off, why don't I have a move tool? Do I need move it for this? This is for roads. I don't see the move tool for this. I also forget what this is. Oh. A mod that I downloaded that didn't seem to be on the list of mods is the zoning toolkit, which will allow me to turn off zoning for a specific side of the road. Like if I grab this. That's not what I want. This actually looks different. So if we do the upgrade tool, that's what I wanted to see. We can now tell this road to not have zoning on one side of the road. Or we could do both sides of the road, no zoning. That added zoning. But I guess I have to do this button for no zoning. And there you go. This now has no zoning. This part is for that road. I'm going to put that back on just in case we need it later on. And it looks like I have to delete these and place them back in new. Maybe one of the mods is contradicting normal gameplay. So we'll go to there. We're still not going to do the zoning. And I'm guessing I can't do the moving for the rest either. Yeah, I can't. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to delete all these. And since I know what they are, it's easier for me to just place them in. Put this to the end of that road. And vegetable right there. Now, I'm going to go through all the zoning. This is going to take us quite a while. The first thing I'm going to do is the cotton so that we can remove it from the other area and then maybe increase our town while we're doing the rest of them. So bring you to about there at the end of that zoning. And then this one's going right there. And then to the end of the circle. Okay, it was Tori making noises. So now, unless our zone of farmland goes to the circle, we're just going to do straight lines. There's a dino in chat. That is a pseudo-legendary that turns into a dragon that's like a hydra. It has 3 heads. Another example of what it looks like is the Wither from Minecraft. That was something that people were comparing it to back when the games first came out. Which I think that Pokemon is from a game 10 years old at this point. It's not the newest thing. Now this can go pretty far north to the roads up here. So I'm going to bring this to there. Bring this out a little bit more. Now I should be able to bring a node into the corner of this road. Right there. This can go all the way up to the road. And then we bring this out to the circle again until we get to the point where it reaches the road. And this one right there. That probably means we don't need a node in there, which it looks like when you have... there's the node, never mind. I was going to say it looks like it deletes the nodes when you have unnecessary ones, but it doesn't. And now we do this side. This farm should be able to wrap around the road and reach this farm for cotton. Okay, now we reach the point where I think if I added more going around here, it would contradict with the road. Like it just did. So we'll add a node there. Put this one in, then bring this to the road. Now we should be fine adding the rest up here. The size of the zone affects how much it produces. So this should produce quite a bit. I'm gonna unpause so that people do come in here. Now they should still use these as well. They just won't produce a lot because they don't have a lot of room. Almost meat. Oh, the company already bought it. Look at that. There's already a company right there. No, no, there's not. Now there is. Is there more than one farm here? No, it's just cycling through things, oddly. It's like they haven't decided to actually be there or not. Not sure if that's just a visual thing. Is it for all of them? Oh, I see what's going on. Because they don't have the zone, it's trying to place in the buildings, but it can't. So this one's probably also flashing. No, this one's fine. Okay, I don't know what that visual thing was then. This one does have production up. Now it has 66 out of 74 people. Is that pretty much the same as this one? It's actually more than this one. Okay, so we're going to delete this. Now that we can. We now have all of this area to thin out our downtown area. And what I'm going to do is add another 1 block of this right here. And then we will do row houses around the outside of that area. I think we had some specialty buildings that we're going to place in here, actually. If we go into here, and then residential, we have these, which kind of look like apartment buildings to me. Imperium Plaza, Vesuvius Palace, Seven Hills Residence, Villa Antica. Now, each one of these brings well-being to the town within an almost 2-kilometer radius. And these do build on each other. And what I mean by that is we could build this single Villa Antica multiple times in the same space, and it will keep adding +7 well-being to the same exact area. And I think this would be perfect, like if we combine the 4 of these in some way, it would be perfect to be in this little cubby hole here as like its own apartment complex. So I think that's what we're going to do. And then on this side, we'll thin it out with row houses. Because I don't think there is another small residential building that we can place. This should be this. If I pause and click zoning. If you click on something that was zoned differently, it would try to demolish it. Like if I went over here, it now says that those are going to be demolished. That means we did have the correct thing. And I don't think there's anything smaller from this to row houses. So the row houses are the only thing that's between this apartment area and regular housing. Now we could, on the other hand, because some of these actually look fairly small, we could add a half block of commercial, and then the other half be regular residential. That might be a good idea to do there. What I'm going to do now that we have the cotton moved over here is finish the rest of the farms. I'm going to start with this one because it connects to this area. We're going to go straight out to the circle so that I can go like this and build it straight into the road. Bring you to there. And then this one is going to be a little bit more difficult to bring out. But right now, I'll put that node there. Bring you to there. I think that's right. If we do a 9-degree bend, it shouldn't get in too much issue. And then this, we'll just keep as much of the coloring of the zone as we can. This one I'm just going to bring out to the circle. I might as well. Bring this like we are. And then this one goes straight to that farm. And now we have to match the nodes with the farm's nodes of the cotton farm. And then eventually this will get us all the way to the end of the road. Now there is an extra node here. I don't think we need that one. We can just skip it, which we can. And then we're going to do the same thing with the zoning over here. Try to get as much of this coloring as we can up to the circle. Now that says overlapping, because there is a signature building there. Old Mill Ruins. Now I should be able to move this.
That was truly superb.
I want move a tool.
Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio, the station of.
And I want to move this
Don't touch that dial.
right there.
Interesting news.
Actually, if it's an old mill, that probably wants water, right?
Tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do with.
And you know what that means, folks. It means we're
Like a
not
water mill?
doing things close enough.
Well, no.
You know, it doesn't look like it actually wants to be near water. I thought this was a pier at first.
Say it's too much.
No, there's a water mill.
We could say
wheel
we're enjoying
right there.
a positive trade balance, and the economy is
So let's
booming.
move this
More after this.
further over here. I'm gonna rotate it a little bit. And then if we do page down, this is lowering it. And then I'm gonna move it back so that it's not messing with the water there. Okay. Just to make it look a little bit more functional. Back into this. Now we are getting pretty close to the end of this farm. And since I unpaused for a few seconds, it should mean that the person already bought this farm. Yep. People coming in here. But I don't know how this farm is going to work, because we're going to zone outside our city, and I don't know if the building will use it. I might have to use Anarchy to zone outside the city. This is going to be the most tricky one with the most road 90-degree bends. So this goes to about right there. And that should allow us to build the rest in. We're going to get rid of that node. We don't need that. That goes to there, and then one more node up here. This will go all the way to the end of the road, which is outside its circle. So we're going to have a small portion here. I'll add like trees or something in there, just to make it look a little bit pretty. And then this one, I need to add a node right there, so that I can bend this. It didn't add the node, so we'll just go like this. Put that there. Bring this to here, and then I should be able to bring just one more node. Yep. Okay, you out to there, which means I can get rid of that node. And then around the circle we go. And then I'm going to start over here so that we can get the zoning to the color, and then one more there. Now comes the part that I think we will need to put on Anarchy for. What I'm going to do first is all the spots that I know we can get to. So we'll go to here. We'll bring this straight down the city line to the end of our circle. And then we'll continue the way normally would. Around the circle up to our other farm, and then follow the same nodes to the end of our circle, which looks like we're gonna have another spot for multiple trees. Now there was another mod that I thought about getting that allows us to place trees more huddled together, and I think that is also done by Anarchy, so we didn't need to put it in. That's why I don't have the mod. I don't even remember the name of it. That's how much we didn't need it. That needs another node. Bring this to there. And then this can go all the way. You know, not all the way. We'll go around the circle of the other farm. This will be able to connect straight into the corner. And then we still have to go around the circle to the outside of the city. So that, oh, I didn't get it because it went to snap in a straight line. So right there, and then this one will go like that. Now if I turn on Anarchy, that's not how you turn on Anarchy. Am I still in the zone tool? No. Now I am. I want to turn on Anarchy. And this should mean that I can place a zone outside, but it might not. Oh, it does mean I can. Look at that. I was not sure about this, as you could tell. Bring this to the circle. Now we can go around the outside here. Bring that to there. Where's the node? Here it is. We'll bring that to about here. And then bring these in. I'm going to add a few extra nodes because this is bent. But that is pretty much all that farm is going to do. If I made these a tiny bit smaller by moving them slightly differently, we could fit in another small farm in here. Like if I had this one maybe flipped around to the other side of the road, might be able to get this entire area. Then we place one more up here. I am not going to worry about that right now because we have extra farmland that we could build into. I think we also have this one out here. So I'm not really worried about getting every single spot of that, although there is quite a bit. We might actually want to. I We'll worry about that in a little bit. Let's unpause, put it on the fast speed, and now everything should be bought and being worked on. Yes, they're all being filled. So that means our production should be going up already, but I'm not sure. We are making a slight surplus of our animals. Maybe not. It's fluctuating. The thing we have the least of right now is grain.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Radar
But it's still figuring itself out, so that might be just the last thing that I placed in was grain.
Seek immediate cover.
Although this is going up. And it kind of looks like it's going up and affected by the farm animals, as though we need more grain for our farms. Which is a cool touch if that's true. It does say that livestock needs agriculture. If you see on the left side, it has import and agriculture. Is this agriculture? No. Okay. Agriculture is you placing in the thing. I'm just looking at the exports now. Which they kind of all make the same thing. Okay, so we're not going to worry about that for now. There is a Wimpod in chat if anyone wants a cockroach-like Pokemon. I think that's the best way to describe it. Oh, I almost forgot that we need to take one break so that I can switch over to laundry. So we are going to take a short, like 5-minute break. And then come back and work on the rest. I will be back in just a few minutes.
Accident.
Okay. So it does look like they are able to use the entire farmland, because this guy is building there. Why does this not look right?
You already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile,
Oh, because, you know what? We're going to extend this just so it looks like it finished the circle. Get rid of that node. And keep that node. It looks weird not being a complete circle there. And should we just do a straight line through here? I'm going to get rid of some of the nodes in here to make this look more uniform instead of it just being teeth marks. If I get rid of that one, that one. That looks more realistic. This one also looks slightly weird, not being a complete circle, but we'll let it stay. Now, something I want to do, because it's a farmland, is add trees to these roads. We'll grab all the roads, add grass to them first. Then trees. Oh, I have things here that I didn't know about. I don't know what mod added these in, but I like it. We're now able to add keys to certain roads, instead of having to work around it using the land.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has
Okay,
passed.
so that should look better later on. I'm not going to do it over here. I don't think it matters. And then we have a cool train going by every now and then. Now, we could add a train station here for freight because we have large farms in this area. But I think that would also mean that our entire city brings freight to this train station. And I don't want that much traffic in this small area. I would rather very much have it over here, which we're now going to have to try and figure out how we're going to do. I think the best thing to do first would be to move the nuclear power plant. So I'm going to turn off Anarchy for right now. We're not even using the nuclear power plant yet, so it doesn't matter if it's connected. It does mean that the electricity here isn't connected anymore. So what I'm going to do is put the old power line system back in. I'll bring this out a little bit, and then like this. And then I'm going to delete these. Because what we're going to do is make a lot of traffic come to over here. Which we're going to need to beef up this road quite a bit, I believe.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high.
The first thing I'm going to do,
And damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are
grab our
advised
main
to
road
remain
here,
indoors until the situation passes.
bring it straight out to here. We'll put Anarchy on just so I can place this in while I do this. And then we'll delete that power line and move it. Okay, we must have did it quick enough. That goes to this corner. And then from here, I want all of these roads to be 6 with a divided lane. So we're going to bring it all the way down. And it messes up with the coal power plant. So what I'm going to do is cancel. I'm going to pause and move this to right there. We're then going to delete these 2 power lines. Actually, that one as well. And now I'm going to upgrade the road. Then we're going to place you back over here. Grab our power. And press play. So now all these roads are as large as I can make it. I think there's an 8-lane road, so it's 4 on both sides. And I'm going to keep lights on just for the moment. What we're doing over here is... One, this area is going to be for power only, so I'm going to actually bring the 6-lane road further out. That doesn't look straight at all. Oh, it's just lane, height levels. So I'm not actually worried about it. I'm going to bring this now and connect it into that road. Just like that. And then there's multiple things complaining about power, so I'm just going to connect them in while we're here. Whoops. Just so that they don't have the icons popping up. And what we're going to do is add a system here for a train. So I'm going to grab a 2-lane road. We're going to go pretty far back from the intersection. I think right here would be a decent space away. And I'm going to go all the way to here. And then what I need to think about is upgrading this to being 6 lanes. And I don't think we have a 6-lane road that's not like this, where they're separated. That's also a highway. Because this is 5 lanes, so that's not the same thing. Although we're gonna try this first. What I'm doing is planning for the high amount of traffic that this train station is going to create. Now that has an issue. That doesn't now, but doesn't keep the lanes lined up. So what I'm gonna do, pause, move this over here. Why can't I move you? Supposed to just delete things. There's something right here. No, weird. There is a Meryl in chat. Now let me move this over here. Overlapping items. Why does it matter? Oh, I see what it's doing. If I move this, it puts a power pole right here at the highway. Delete those first, then when I move it, it doesn't create an issue. Okay. But now I want to make this all straight. I'll delete that for now. So these should be all pretty much straight with the road, except for that one. Yeah, they're all 2 zones out from the road. So if I grab this and go to here, that's the same amount of zoning. And then we're gonna go to this line next and build into it. I'm gonna grab some of this. Make sure that it's all zoned. I'm then going to delete some of these so that they build back a little bit larger. Like this one here. Okay. Now we need to connect this in. And I'll just connect it straight into that. And then over here, I'm going to delete this one so that I can make this one straight to it. Okay, all that should be in. They can all now zone against it. And what we get to do is first add a rail yard. Now I think it's probably a good idea to put the rail yard also over here. We need to place this in first before we add trains or a train station. So I'm trying to think of how we're going to do this. I don't know how large the train station is. So I'm going to place that there. It unlocks all the other buildings. So we have small train station. This is for passengers, as you can tell by the green icon. If we go to here, the icon looks different. That's a medium passenger station. This is the regular station. Did they just add an extra line for each one? No, these two both have one. This has 3. And then we have our specialty ones. Ooh, and this is an end one. We might be using that quite often. So there's only one cargo terminal. Drank streamer? What do you mean by that? Oh, I didn't even notice that you did the redeem. Thank you. Welcome in, Fatbajacks, by the way. You know what? We're giving Papajax a shout out. Papajax was playing Dyson Sphere Program and seems like he loves it. I know you did it for like the past 2 streams, I think. But anyway.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate.
I think everyone that would be in my chat already knows you, but just in case.
Try to stay off the streets until conditions improve.
Alright, let's go back to this. We're going to place this cargo train terminal. I want it away from the main road. We're going to change this road. It's not going to be as long as it is. And I'm trying to keep spacing around it because I think there's upgrades to this. Actually, let's place it in and then move it. Now, they are going to try and drive to this, I think. Oh, we forgot to upgrade the highway.
Here on Second Moon, we know you can't move forward unless you keep both eyes steadily trained.
So that should mean that there is a lane from the highway going each direction around the roundabout. It also does the same thing for this one. The city's too gotten any better? I think it has. It's definitely a lot better than when it first came out. 100%. They've upgraded things, they worked on things. It's not great, though. I tried really hard to like this game. I played this when it first came out for maybe 2 weeks, and then I didn't look at it for 5 months. Then I came back to it. Now this is like a year ago I came back to it. And it was a little bit better. They worked on a few things, like fresh out of the box bugs and stuff like that. Right now, it does seem a lot better. They definitely thinned out a lot of the bugs. My game does crash often during streams. Now, we've been lucky for the past week. I haven't had any crashes, but it is still prone to crashing. Just for no reason. This is my first stream that we added mods to it. Like, we have Anarchy over here. If I turn it on, you see that it changes the icon. We also have Move It. And other mods that are in the background, like this one, takes zoning off of roads. We have one for adding water sources so that we can make a lake somewhere. I'm looking forward to that. I forget what the other mods are. Just having mods available is a huge plus. Yes, that is another thing that I waited for. So when I came back the second time after 5 months, they still didn't have the mods out yet, which was another reason why I stopped playing. Because I couldn't get things to work the right way. We are missing a mod. I just forgot to add it in. That will allow me to take a line from a lane and tell it to only turn right. Because right now we only have these 3 tools here that make it not go certain ways, instead of making it only go certain ways. They hadn't published their proprietary workshop when I threw my hands up. That's probably the same time that I stopped playing. Before we started streaming, I did look and play the game a few times before streaming it, and it was a great improvement. I just don't think it's at 100% of what it should be. I think when it first came out, it was maybe 40% finished. By the 5-month mark, maybe around 60% finished. Right now, it'd be 3/4 done, maybe 75%. You can definitely go around the game while you're playing it and find things that are not good at all. Now, I don't know why trucks are going in here and coming out when it's not connected, so I have no idea what they're going here for. But at least this does show us how the traffic is going to it. I played the hell out of 1, but it was rough going from full custom to 10 trees. Yeah. I was wondering why they didn't have the mods opened immediately starting the game. Seeing how many different mods people always used playing City Skylines 1, you would think that they would have mods from the start of number 2. They did have a third-party mod list that you could download mods and still play this game from. But once they added the mods to Paradox through the game, it automatically cut off access to third-party access. So it would, once they opened Paradox mod list, the game would check to make sure that it's from that, and then it wouldn't run if it wasn't from there. Which was an issue for a few weeks while people were changing from the third party and uploading their mods to the Paradox thing. But I didn't really see that portion. It probably only took maybe a month of that switch over. But anyway, this whole time we were trying to look at upgrades. This is to store even more cargo, so that's a good spot to do over here. And it looks like there isn't a radius to do this. The only issue is I have to place it against the building. So there is a max amount that we can do, unless we change how the road connects into this building. Which we're definitely going to change. I'm looking at how the trucks are getting in. And it looks like they're not even using this side. They're all coming in here and coming out the back of the building. Doesn't look like anyone's coming over here. This is more aesthetic. Oh yeah, it's even cut off right here, so they can't go that way. Okay, so we only have to really focus on getting trucks out of this spot for traffic reasons. I had 110 plus mods for one. I didn't have that many mods. I pretty much only use things that make building easier or more accessible, like Anarchy. I don't know if you're here for it, but we just built in this area. And we had to use Anarchy to connect it into the highway and then also move the train line. So everything that's outside the dotted line, I used Anarchy for. And then everything inside we were fine with. That was just so that we can move our farm from over here, so that we can expand our downtown area and make it a little bit larger. What was the other upgrade? I think it adds another train line. Increase capacity for more trains. It adds another train line, yeah. So we're going to do that right away. Because this is going to be probably our only train line. What happened here? Oh, this was weather issues. That might have been a tornado. Yeah, it looks like it came this way. But then these houses are all built in. Maybe it didn't go that far. We do have to rebuild this ourselves. This is a signature building. So that's in. So now let's see how... Maybe I'll give it another shot. I think it's worth it. Just keep in mind that it's not 100% clean. Anyway, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pause and move this. And I still want it facing that side. So we'll go to like right here for now. And what I'm going to do is add in a bunch of buildings. Now it says it needs road connection like in the middle. I think that's just where the icon pops up at. I don't really think it needs to be connected in the middle. Like if we went from here and straight down. That didn't get rid of it. So maybe it needs to be connected over here too before that icon goes away. I do see a road here. That did not get rid of the icon. Making a road point at the icon got rid of it. So this is the only point that it needs to actually be connected in. If I get rid of these. Now that definitely needs access. And this is definitely going to need access because that's where... What? So the trucks only need access from right here in the middle. But this does need to be connected in. The only reason why I'm doing it like this is so I can see where our buildings have to be. These buildings, so we can hold more cargo in this area. So if this needs to be right here, let's see how far away from this area we can get. Actually, I don't think we can build one of these over here if the road... Because this holds a fairly large area. We can place one over here for sure. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this. And I'm gonna grab from where the trucks go in and out. Go like this, and then we'll leave it like that. And then I'm gonna bring this all the way up to that road. So now everything is fine. The trucks could get in and out. And now we're gonna finish placing all these buildings here. I can just almost connect in. Let's delete this one, and we'll go as far as I can for this one first. Looks like right there. And then place one here. Looks like that needs road access. What if I build this? Invalid shape. I can place it here. But I can't place it against that one. Does it need a road access? It says no pedestrian, no car access. So we could add a little alleyway around this. Let's see if that would fix it. Grab an alley, we'll go from where it connects into the other road, like there. Just bring it around to see if this goes away now. Still says that it doesn't work. So this might have been a waste of a building if we can't use it. What if I upgrade this to being 2-lane? We are going to have to add in another node so that I can get rid of that point, because it was going to be too wide for the train station. Yeah, it still says it has no car and no pedestrian access. So this corner definitely has to connect into the train station. So we'll get rid of these two pieces because we can't use them anyway. And this will go back in where it was, but I'm going to bring it up to the edge and see if this will work over here. Which it does, look at that. Okay, then we might mirror that on this side if we can. Now it says that I can't do it there because of the train lines, but I can place the building here. Oh, right, the access is on that side. We place it here then? On the bottom? I might be able to get that to work. What would that look like? I know it extends past the building. And I could come up to here, since this doesn't have to connect into the main road. This looks weird, but not too bad. Can I add a fence? Is that a thing I can do? I assume that would be props. Oh, here's the water tool that I was telling you guys about, the mod that I downloaded. There's got to be a fence somewhere. These are decals around the road. And it looks like I don't have a way to put a fence down, so I'm actually not going to build this here. Just because I don't like how it looks. So we're going to just add these around the outside if I can. Invalid shape. Why? Are they not allowed to be right next to each other? Is that a thing? I can place it here. Can I place one next to that? Why not right here? But okay here. What if I work the other way? Because it looks like I can get these to line up on the right side. Why? I can't build it left to right, but I could build it right to left, and then it works. That isn't a bug, but that annoys me. Profit. Okay, so what we're gonna do next is kind of make this road look like a pitchfork. That's the word. And this takes up quite a bit of space now. So I think if we were to bring it in, yeah, it's pretty much... I kind of want it where this road makes it end up at. But I don't want the road to be right here. Put it here. We're going to delete this road because we don't need this here anymore. And I'm going to delete this. And then move it down over here. I'm going to bring it out to about here. And then not upgrade. We're going to bring in a 1-lane road out to the train station. And then all the way up to here. And then this one will be for the train depot. I'm looking at the heights of the roads, and I kind of want them all to be this height. How much editing would this be? It's up a hill. We should have flattened this area first. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab the train station. We're going to place it up here. Let it be. And I'm going to grab the height underneath this black line. Because I think that... Actually, it's not where this road ends. If you can hear a slight humming, that's from the plants here. Now I'm going to bring this out against the road. It'll look a little weird for a small area. How far back does this line go? Looks like to here. And then that's the same level. Okay. Now what we're going to do is find out how far we have to push the ground back. If this ends right here, we pretty much only need an extra circle after the road. So if I go like this, this should be the entire building. I'm going to go a little bit further because the train tracks have to come out of the road. Or after the building, I mean. So we'll go to about there. And then the next thing I'm going to do is push the mountain back. I'm doing the ground leveling around the roads as well. Or I mean under the roads. Because when we delete them, it will then go down to where I want the leveling. Push it back here. And then I'm going to try and keep this circle of the dark line. And we'll stop there. But now I need to know where I'm placing the roads. So first we're going to delete these. That is a good placeholder. But another good placeholder would be to grab this big road and just place it here. And then we have the little road, which I will put placeholders so we know where they have to go. So that I can delete these. As you can see, the ground is now flat. And these floating trucks will just go straight downwards to where they have to connect in. So now this one... That's the wrong road. Grab the middle, but I also want it to connect in the middle of the small road. But it looks like I have to choose a lane, so we'll go from the bottom lane. And that should be 90 degrees from here, but it doesn't seem like it is. If I grab here and bring it out to that road, that should be correct. Now we grab the small road, bring it to here, And then I have no idea how far this has to go again. So we'll just go to there until we bring the train station back over. Now we can delete the placeholders. Bring this back over. I gotta keep the trucks a little bit away from the bend in the road so that they have more chance of getting out before getting traffic jammed. And this looks pretty well flat the way that I want it. Let me just check one more time. Oh, here's the lines, way out here. I just can't see through the tree line where the cliff was. But now I can, if I look further up, almost to where the tree line opens. Okay, and now the train depot, or rail yard. I think I might leave it where it is. And zone up to it, or not zone. Incline the ground up to it. The depot itself is already flattened the area around it, so if I grab the flatten tool, I should be able to make this smoothen out more. Doesn't look like it. What if I turn on anarchy? No. I'm on the right thing, right? Yeah, the soften tool. What if we grab this? And then I smooth it around that. That worked a little bit better. Okay. What kind of upgrades do we have? We have this one, which dedicates facilities to make train maintenance faster. Yeah, we probably want that. And then this one should add more capacity. Yes. It is an extra train line that goes on the outside. It isn't an extra building, and I think we only get one of them. So now we have the highest capacity, and it looks like all the trains are going out one direction. Oh, that's true. Because they all have to leave this building the same direction. So I do need to turn this around. But what I'm going to do first is add a road in for it. Use this where we want it. If I do it like this, that should be 90 degree off of this. Then I can move you to the other side, which does some ground leveling issues. Oh, that's another thing. Trains have to get into this as well. They have to be able to go through here to get to the maintenance part. We actually don't want it turned that way. There's another Pokemon in chat. It is a Swallow, if anyone wants a bird. I think what I actually want is to go on this side. Oh, look at that. It's the exact amount for right here. Let's turn off Anarchy. So now I know how many cells I have to go. But what I want is to keep it facing this way like it is. And find a good spot where the tracks can connect in. I think we want it further out. So there's a big space on the left side for them to go in. And then maybe up. Let's turn on Anarchy so that we can place it out here. Now this means that the road is also going to be outside the city. I'm fine with that. Now what I need to figure out is how we're going to get a road out there. Because I was thinking about making the pitchfork because we had it over here. But now that the road has to be on this side, how do we get the road over here without it causing a lot of issues with train tracks? I think we will grab... Swallow escaped. I'm going to delete this road. We're going to smoothen out the land around this area. And also out here. In here. Smoothing this out. It's going to get rid of some of the hill. Now I grab these. We'll bring this out.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area
So that when I add the road in, it's
Use exercise
smooth.
caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions
I need to see
improve.
what a train station
This has
is,
been a
or
local
a depot.
public service announcement. Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing
It's
rolling
about here.
blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm.
And then what I want to do is
guidelines on the city's website on how to plan
make it a
for these
bridge
temporary
pretty much
events.
at this point,
This has been a local public service announcement.
going across. And I want it in line with that, but I don't think I can.
You're listening to
Without
Second Radio, the station of
adding
agitated tastes. Don't touch that dial.
an outline first.
For our feature story, we're on the
Fun.
streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the
Now
street?
I can grab
Hearing.
from here,
More what I'm smelling, Glenda.
bring
I
it down to
gotta
there.
say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's
Eh,
news. There hasn't
didn't
been
need to be
for who knows how
a
long.
bridge there, but I'm fine.
Food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God!
And they're complaining about trash again.
Think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of
So now
fuel
where does this
growing,
end?
growing,
Let's turn off
growing,
anarchy.
growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
This is where the building ends, and we're outside the city.
It's still
I need to actually turn on anarchy again,
We'll be back after this.
just to place this here, and
Interesting
then
news from the city's export division. Sources tell us that our city
I'm gonna bring it
has
up here.
more services than we know what
Now this
it
is quite a steep grade for a
Means we're not
road.
running things close enough.
Well, no, the point
Not
is
too
we're
happy about
selling
that.
it and bringing money into local
That's right.
economy.
You could almost say it's too much of a good thing.
Or we could
I also don't like this
enjoy
bump that's
a
right there.
positive trade balance, and the economy is booming. More after this.
Let's delete this curve. And what I'll do is I'll build it back in. But I'll take the connection point up further. And that might be more or less a bump. Nope, it's still pretty bumped up. Okay, let's go further back. Delete that portion. And what we will do is connect these together. Maybe that no longer has a bump in the road. Still has a bump right here. One more attempt. If the incline is smooth, that's all I'm going to care about right now. If there's a bump, there's a bump. There's not a bump, it's just where it goes flat. And that's due to us having a very steep incline. Could I use Move It to bring this up more? I grab the node here. Maybe I actually want this instead. Nope. I do one single node. And then we do page up. This is adding the trees back in because we used anarchy to place in the road. If I bring this up quite a bit, it doesn't seem to have affected the train yard. Is there a way to make the slope better? Or do I need a different... Tight rotate? I might need a different mod for what I'm thinking of. There is a tool that you could grab multiple nodes and then slope them easier. So instead, we're going to have to go through this and do each node individually. Just to make this a little bit smoother. Think that's better? Let's go up a little bit more. And we'll take this one and bring it down a little bit. That looks a little bit better. It does make extra points of a slope, because we raised up, but this should be an easier way of getting in. Now, next thing I'm going to have to do is get rid of all these trees, because we used anarchy to place in the road and the building. We now have to do a circle, right? This button. Don't want it that large because I don't want to get rid of all the trees. What I want to do is just get rid of the trees inside the train track. Is it only getting rid of the trees that are the same? I think it is only getting rid of trees that are the same as the one that I have selected. We have to find out what this tree is first. This one is pine. That's the rail yard. It has its own trees. Okay. Spruce, pine, spruce, spruce, spruce and pine. Okay. So this is pine. Now it's getting rid of all the pines in that area. And then spruce is right next to it. Now, what you're seeing is little flashes of circles for where the trees would be if we moved the train station, or train rail yard. It would place the trees back in where they were before we put the yard in. But I am moving them further away from the yard. It doesn't get rid of the ones that are part of the yard asset, as far as I can tell. I think I got everything except for maybe a few stragglers, which it is picking up as we continue going over it. Okay. They're not in the road. I mean, they are a little bit right here. So instead of doing that tool, we will just delete them individually because there's only a few. I think this is better. We'll get rid of these because when they get bigger, they might be too close to the road. Are there any underneath it? No. Okay. So now we should be able to add a train track going out of here. Let's get them all connected in. These are one-lane tracks. This one here is a dual-lane track. So we'll work on this one first. I don't want continuous. We'll bring this out quite far. Because now I'm going to grab this one-lane track and do a 2-point curve. Maybe it's here. Do the same for this one. I will go here and then bring it in. And then I think for this one, we might just go straight in. So this I actually want to do first. So there, then Here to there. And then this one will be the bend. Go to here and then bring it straight into that point. Are all the connections actually connected? These are actually connected. These are connected. And it's all connected here. A thing that I learned with City Skylines 1 is sometimes you put train tracks and the lines, if you don't see the rail actually connecting in, it's not actually connected. I don't know if City Skylines 2 has that issue, but I still check just to make sure. Now, we have it connected in. I don't think we actually need this side for this to function. I think they can come back in the way they leave. I did that just in case they can't. We do definitely need these 2 points connected because this is where they actually leave. Over here is, I think, just visual. So what we need to do is bring out a single train line from here. Now it is, again, only one line. So I'm going to go to here. And then I'll turn it into 2 tracks. But what I want is for the bottom track to be straight. Which it is. As you can see, it goes straight into the station. This track is going to go up here. So I want the 2 bend tool. I wanted 180, but it doesn't seem like it's going to get to that point unless I go far out. No, it looks like 179 is the best we can get. I'll go to there, we'll go to here. Bring that in. So now they're somewhat separated. And then we'll do the 1-lane track up to here. But first, I need to see how the slope is. We're into the point where we're going uphill already. So we definitely flattened out a good enough area for this. How much higher are these 2 areas, though? This is 187 meters. And if we go a straight line about here, that is a little over 10 meters difference. So each line is a meter, I think. And then each dark line is increments of 10. I need to figure out how we're going to have it connect straight into our station. And I think all I'm going to do is bring this straight out for right now. There's a pincer in chat. That's Gen 1, so you know I'm going to try and catch it. Bring that straight to there. Let me try and catch the Pokemon. And then we're also going to bring this in using the 3-point turn. And then normally these would connect into this line, but I think that is going to bypass the train here. So now I'm going to delete not all of that. We need to put a node. I think a road would be better than a train track. Let's get this off of that. Then we get rid of that. So now we're gonna go with the train track. We're gonna go double lane and bring it straight to here. Got that tool.
Local authorities are
And then what we're gonna do is grab a
water
curve
to
tool.
reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider
1 lane.
installing a low flush toilet, cut back on watering the lawn, and shower with a friend.
I'm gonna try to make this the same distance on both sides. I caught pincer, nice.
Has been issued for the immediate area road.
And then we're going to do the same on this side.
Caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until
Trying to get it as close to identical
This has been a local public service
for a
announcement.
smooth turn.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with J. Thomas Horn.
Now it can go on both sides regardless of where I place it in, apparently,
Classical music on the air. Keep
which
that
will work
dial
for us.
right here.
So now we have trains being able to go to the station and outside, as well as leaving the station to go outside. Now, how do we get this connected into our train line over here?
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic
I
flow should return
think-
to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want
Delete
to
a
wait
portion.
until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know.
And what I'm going to do is grab train line out here.
Expect delays and drive safe.
Now we're going to have to make a junction.
On the rise, and when busy,
And what I want is the continuous tool. So we're going to go straight out
There's no sinking this boat,
to
Glenn.
here. I actually want you to place in that portion. And then we follow the highway. Now, it is going into the power line, so we're going to move them, actually. And I would rather this go over the highway. So we'll keep this so I can see where the height is. And then, I wish I could turn off Anarchy to see the height. If I turn off Anarchy, then I can't build this. So we'll go up to 20 meters to be safe and just bring it straight across. To right there. And then what we're going to do is cut this back quite a bit. I'm going to take away the power lines now. Grab this, we'll go from here, we'll go down, and into here. I'm going to grab the power lines so that we can still sell our power when I unpause. But I don't want Anarchy on right now, so that I don't put a power line in the middle of the train track, which is where it wants to put it. Well, I can go to here, and it doesn't put one in the middle, so that's what we'll do. And then straight out to here. Looks like there's no power line in the middle of the track, although they did add extra power lines for no reason. Right there, that little one. Is that because it is avoiding the train track? It might be, so let's delete this portion. And see if I can get this connect straight in. There we go. That looks better than a bunch of extra power lines for no reason. Now we have our train line going straight across. What the heck happened here? We're going to use move it and pull this down. Okay, so for some reason, that node is up high. So I actually want to grab this. And I want to grab that, not this portion. I just want that. Bring you down. For some reason, this is 20 meters. But not really. Now in the toolbox, I can do to object height here. Now that is completely flat. Okay, so let's grab the node right here. To object height. This node. There's a node in between. So we'll grab this node. Object height. This node. No, something didn't work right. To object height right here. Now this might not be high enough for the highway. Actually, it looks pretty high. And we have some trees on the highway. Looks like it's only right there. I see there's some bumps in the highway road. I delete these off the road and that one. Okay, now we have to lower this node. Just a tiny bit, it seems. Actually, we could just keep going down and doing object height, couldn't we? How do I get multiple nodes? There's a button for it. That, I think, is highlighting all of it. That's not what I want. I want nodes. I have that node. I want... Oh, is that only there? What about shift? That grabs multiple nodes. Okay. 2 object height of that node, please. And then if we take a look at this one, it looks like it's still going down. So that's as far as we go. And while we're here, and I can tell that this needs to be worked on, actually, maybe it doesn't. It's just not looking right due to the lane markings. And I don't see any cars out here. I don't know if this is working. I delete that, place it back in. That was 2 lane, 1 way. To right there. Bring you up to here. It still leaves that weird marking, so I'm going to ignore it. Although over here it doesn't do that marking thing. That's because we bring it back quite far. So maybe it's just the extra lane issue? I'm just worried that nobody's using this area. I'm gonna extend this just a tiny bit more and see if it messes up down there. It doesn't. Let's delete this as well. Only this time I'm gonna bring it from this way. Like that. Now that looks like it actually is connected and usable. I don't know what these black markings mean though. I think that just shows where a node is. I don't know, I'm just worried that this isn't working right, because these don't have the dark nodes. So I'm going to keep going further back until this looks right. That looks right now. Need this to be lined up correctly with the right thing. That looks right. A little slanted, so I'm going to delete this. I'm going to go here. That looks straight, and it doesn't have the black spots, so I think that means this is now workable again. Anyway, let's continue bringing in the track, and I just noticed the power lines look a little weird. Because there used to be an intersection right here, which is why this has 4 lanes, and we can actually downgrade this now. Since we have anarchy. So now let's bring these in closer. so that we can add the train line alongside it. Apparently I can curve power lines, which I didn't know about beforehand. Will you line up with this though? Doesn't look like you will, so I'm gonna go and eyeball it about here. Then bring you in. Now the train line. I'm trying to think about keeping it flat. Now it looks like it's not flat here. But anyway, let's do move it just to make sure that this is the same height as here. Which it is. Okay. So then grab this node. Do not turn it. I want to see if I can make this as straight as possible. Actually, no, we are going to turn it. I want to see if I can make this an almost no percentage grade. I think I need it back further. That's down 1%. We're getting closer. That's the closest to a 0 grade as we can get right there. Okay, and then afterwards we're not going to worry about the height. But I do want the continuous back on. So we'll go to here. Curve it down a tiny bit. And then this will go to right here. Because we're going to have a intersection here for trains. Because I want to wait for a train to get in here. So, temporarily, I think I'll grab a point over here and bring it underground. I'll go straight to here. I want straight. And then bring it out. And this is within our city, so I'm turning off anarchy now. And I want it as close as I can get before it says slope too steep. So it looks like it's right there. That is a steep slope down. But it's pretty much the only way that I can make a junction going into there. So now I'm going to curve this into this line. If I can get the line to it. Goes back pretty far, apparently. That's into there. You come out a little bit further, please.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with Jay Chandler.
And then I curve you in.
And we're pervading some of the finest classical music on the air. Keep that dial right here.
And have it.
More
Go
local
this
news
way.
today. The tourism board just
There's another Pokemon in chat.
figures, and somehow the number of visitors to the region fell by over 20%
Eradicate.
last
That's another Gen 1 Pokemon.
Fine by me, Jim. I just love it here.
I'll go about there.
We will keep
That
it
now connects our
I like the
industry
sound of that.
train right
For our
outside the
next
city.
story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim,
We try and
what's
catch this
new on the
Eradicate.
street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, biscuits.
That
Oh,
slopes down almost immediately, and I don't like that. So let's do some move it.
and the piles of
I
food
want this node
growing and growing and growing
that
and
height,
growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
and then we're sloping down from here.
We're not doomed.
So we're gonna grab
Pretty sexy,
this,
though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back.
bring it
after
up.
this.
Or would it be easier to use the continuous tool and find a way to make this a close height? I don't like the dip here. Anyway, I think we will actually do this manually. If I go to there, another node right here, we'll bring this up. That makes this node look like it's too far down, so I'll bring it up a tiny bit. And then that makes this all above ground. That's a tree. I don't want the tree. Can I delete just trees, please? Let's take all that off. Do this. Come on, grab the tree. Why did it not delete any of the trees? Is there a tree limit? No, there isn't. There's a tree up here. Tree right there. I don't see any more over there. Okay. Have to move it. Where is the node over here? Bring you up. Now, I also want to grab... Oh! We had a first crash of the stream. Let's save and quit. Alright. See if we can do this again. We want this tool. And I want to grab this and object height there. Is that actually what I want to do though? Because these look like they're inclined. Yeah, I don't think I actually want this the same height. I want it a little bit lower. Just not as low as it was. Let's bring it to there. We'll go back to the node and bring this node up a tiny bit more. Then we'll go back to this and bring this down a little bit more. And then we'll grab the one over here, which is way too high. Bring this down quite a bit. And then back to the node. I think this is the last node we would have to raise up a tiny bit. That one looks fine over there. This looks a little too steep. Let's just cut it out. Do this the easier way. And we'll make a curve into it, if I can make a curve that far. I think we need the 3-point curve. Oh, we need Anarchy on for this. Hopefully that will allow us to have our slope. Then if I go to here, it doesn't show the grade. Actually it does, I just can't read it through the 92.5 meter thing. If I go to there, that does bring it up smoothly. Has a weird little curve to it though. I don't really like it having a curve. Take it out to there more. And then this should make the curve be further and unnoticeable. Or at least more unnoticeable. No, that looks even more worse. Let's do it with this tool then. Nope, we want it to the end of this, and we want it 180 on the other side. Right there. Now this shouldn't look too weird. Looks okay to me. We're ignoring the rest. Okay, so now I should be able to press play, and everything should be all connected in properly. The trucks over here are going to readjust to where the road is compared to where they were, and we should see trains coming out of here. Or I need to add a freight train line first. I do. Okay, so we'll grab here, and we'll grab over here. And then we go all the way back to our station. That's one line, and we'll grab over here. We'll do the same exact thing. And back in. And that should mean that trains are going to come from that direction and come in. We're also going to take trains out of here and go out. Now, I did remember that we need to add a access around the other side. And by other side, I mean the other side of the map. I'm going to grab a pretty straight line to here. Nope, we're going to go in further. And then bring it to about here. Make sure it's connected. Okay, so now we have a way of getting around the outside of the other way. So we could add... We could make this line go to the other side of this station. So I'm going to go into here. Grab this tool. And I want to make you go over here first. Now, I'm holding down the left button. So it's going to go to this side. Then it's going to go back and go this way. And this we do not want. So I need to go into here. We need to find out which one goes to the left. So I want... That's not what I want. I need to be able to see where the train is. Or which train line. Okay, it's this one. Can I see the stops, please? How do I see the stops? There we go. So you're Ambersham, you're Sudbury. Is that what is over here? Yes, we do not want you. Can I delete you? Oh, that's not what I want. Railroad 1. I don't want to delete it, but I do want to go like this. Nope, not deleted. Alright. Let's change the colors first. I want the green one, not the blue one. Or violet, whatever one it looks the most like. And I want to get rid of the green line over here. Not the blue one. Why is it focusing on the blue one? Wait, can't I hide? I can go like that and it won't be visible anymore. Nope, it's still there. How do I get it to focus on this color? I grab here and then go all the way over here and right click. Does that get rid of it? Nope. I don't want to get rid of the blue line. This will get rid of the entire line. I just want to get rid of this. I think we're going to just delete this and then add it back in. Because I can't figure out how to do it when there's two tracks trying to go to there. Or two trains, I mean. Alright, that's back in. Okay, that'll go back. Now I want to rename them, just so that I know which way to go. Your Amersham. There is a Persian in chat. That's another Gen 1. Let's try and get that. And then what's the other place over here? Sudbury. But that's the wrong one. And it is a little hot in here, so I'm going to turn on the AC. Because I know it's supposed to get hotter throughout the day. Okay. Press play. We'll get that train line up and going again. So now we have trains exporting things from our city. We should see as this gets more use, more traffic is coming down this way. I also see this over here. Looks a little too steep. And then I think we want this tool.
Your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow.
Bring this up more.
To hear the music of yesteryear.
A housing shortage is driving up
Bring
prices.
this down a little bit.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently,
Then I want this one
good news.
come down.
Today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people
Looks a little more
trying to
flat.
move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representation.
And then any train that comes in here and drops off should be able to get out quick enough.
Entirely apart from the actual rewards
And we do have
example, consider
train traffic.
Right, one final question.
Or we did, before they delete themselves.
Shortage going to make me richer.
by certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank
psyche.
you, Professor.
It is a question of priorities.
interesting news from the city.
So we might want
Sources tell us that
two
other
different
cities have
tracks
more services than we know what to
going
do.
to both of these stations, because it looks like a train coming in
We're not cutting things close enough.
Well, no. The point is we're
gets in the way of a train coming in on this
right
side.
into local
That's right.
economy.
You could almost say it's too much of a good thing.
Or we could say that we're enjoying a positive trade balance and the economy is booming. More after this.
In this version, I don't know where you're waiting to go in. You are from Sudbury, so that would be the top track. Which means that this train must be going to the top track as well. But you are now stuck and can't go into here, and they won't be able to get out. So I am going to pause and delete this. And how else do we split this up? I think we bring it back to where this train is here. Get rid of that as well. I'm going to grab the train track that's one lane. And we'll go from here down to here. And I'm going to curve it all the way up to that point. Then I want another track that goes straight across and goes into this one. Then when we add our line straight from here into this one, they shouldn't be able to go this way, although it looks like they can. Hopefully they don't. Then you go up this way. But I don't like how the bend is going. That looks not good at all. Delete that. Delete this. Continue to use straight. Continue you to there, and then this way. Delete the connection that's in there. I guess we'll delete that one. From here to there. That was a weird connection. Because these are too close to each other, apparently. Okay, then what we're going to do is straight from here. And to there. Straight from you to here. And then curve you into here. Welcome in, Regus and Raiders. Give me just 1 second to try and figure out this train track, and then I will talk to you guys a little bit more. Because we actually want this tool. So I can go like this, and then into there. We're having a bit of issue with our trains, because we have trains coming in and trains trying to leave, and they didn't have enough space in between the two. So I think this might help, as long as the train's going this way, only go up to this instead of making a sharp left turn. Should help. It does mean that there's only one train track going between this intersection and the outside connections. Does this need to be two? I don't think so, because if they were going into this station, they would just stop out here. They would be out of the way of this one, which the more I see this junction here, the less I like it. So let's grab it from here. Go to about a middle point. And then curve it in. That looks better to me. It doesn't have to do a left turn. That looks weird though. Now there is a train here trying to leave. Which means that everyone deletes themselves and then they try to come back in over here. I don't know what happened to the train from outside the town. But this is the way for us to see how they all connect. Oh, the train from outside the town just goes into our little depot here. Welcome in, Tanya Mom. I'm glad to see you came back. Technically, he never graduated, so legally, he is a Padawan on his driver's license. Okay, so this blue train was going to the wrong one because we changed the tracks after the train got here. So it is an outside train coming into our city. We should see a bunch of trucks leave this area after that train disappears. It's also not on the fastest simulation speed. And that train came and left. Didn't drop off anyone. This one I think is loading. So we might be able to see that a few boxes go on it, but it didn't. That's another new train. We should see it empty, and then trucks come out of it. Also, the color of the engines is the color of the line. Okay, that one did empty a little bit, so we should see trucks leaving this area. Like a long line of trucks. Unless it's different than City Skylines 1. I'm running a little low on water, and I'm also getting bad case of the munchies. So I think we're going to take... Whoop, I lost a headphone. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break so I can get a snack. And then we'll come back. I'm starting to get shakes from being hungry. Even though I had breakfast. I was a good adult and actually ate food. Anyway, when we come back, what are we going to be doing? We just built this in to help with exporting. Let's check our exports. Because we did just add a bunch of farms. It looks like we're still not making enough. We just added these 4 farms up here. So we moved our cotton over here. We only have 1 cotton farm, which is doing quite a lot. We have then 2 of all the other farms because we have those farms over here. We have 3 of the other farms, or 1 of all the other 3 farms. So we have 1 cotton farm, 2 of everything else. It looks like we have enough vegetables, so we don't have to place another farm of those. But it looks like we need more livestock and then more grain. And I don't know if this is a fact or not, but it seems like if you have more livestock, it then requires you to have more grain. I don't know if the game works like that, like livestock needs grain, but it seemed like as this was going up, this was going up with it. And then when this stopped going up, that stopped going up. But then when you look at these, on the right side, it tells you what it requires. So it either takes agriculture or imports, makes grain, and then it goes out to 3 different industry buildings or export out of the city. And those industry buildings would be things like these. They do different things. So this, I think, requires metals and plastics from something else, and then it creates vehicles, apparently. So that's a car manufacturer. Very small. We also have a specialty building. We have the dairy farm, or dairy house, which we didn't place in. And I had planned on doing that over here. So let's place this here. Or let's add a road
Industry in the region is
here for it.
on the rise, and when business is doing
I'm going to add
well,
grass and trees before I forget.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
And we're also using anarchy, so let's turn that off, because there's probably trees in the middle of the road. No, there isn't, but I don't want this tree there, or this tree.
Good to know, Jim. Seems like everyone.
And then let's put this dairy house right here near all the new farms.
It's worth slowing down. And if
What
you
does
can,
this do for us, though? There was a thing I should have read.
Oh,
+2 industry efficiency citywide, and +2 export profits citywide. So that should mean that we're getting more production out of this. So the deficit should go down a little bit. It actually went down quite a bit because this was above 20. So this is now changing, which should be good. There was a tadbulb in chat. That's another thing I have to remind myself to work on outside of streaming, is our noises. Now, I do have it written down, so I don't need to put it in the to-do list, because it's already there. I keep forgetting to do it. An overlook for Regus. Our death is coming and going. We've gone through, visually, the bulk of it. But because this is a lot of residential area, we are getting slight death buildup because there's so many different families within the buildings. Now, it's giving a lot of health reasons here. But we're still in the green. And our cemetery is getting a lot of availability in it. Slight dead buildup. Well, but compared to what it was at the beginning of the stream, there is... Actually, it just added a lot more, so we're getting another death wave. We do have enough death coverage. Crematorium is in the green. The cemetery has space. It has 2,000 spaces for bodies. So it's just a matter of the vehicles getting around, which a lot of are here. And I think us not increasing the city size is helping with that. Now, I am thinking we may need another road access to the highway. I also really hate the angle that this comes in, so we might add in a road through here to the highway, which will try to change the angle that this comes in at. So we might curve it closer to these buildings and then down. That's another thing that Move It can do, by the way. I just remembered that. We could grab the node wherever it is. Looks like this is the node. Here's a node, and node would be over here. And we can grab the lines in between. I can grab it. And drag it around. And if I hit Z, it goes back to where it was. So we could make this look a little bit better just by using Move It, and not actually deleting anything. So anyway, did we accomplish anything on the to-do list that I had ready? No, none of it. What I have is outdoor malls, subways, and education. We do not have the third or fourth stage of education. All we have are elementary schools and high schools. We need college and university, which I think might be a good thing to put over here. Maybe we put all of our major schools in this little cubbyhole here. And that'll be our cutoff from the downtown area to our residential area. Either way, I'm going to take a quick break now. What we're going to do, since we had a crash already, is I'm going to save the game. So that we keep what we have currently. I'm going to pause it, and I will be back in a little bit. Make sure, Raiders, you don't have to stay. You can raid and fade. Make sure to, for Riga specifically, make sure to get up and get something to drink yourself. Maybe get something to eat, stretch. Raiders, feel free to leave during the they're back. I am all over the place right now because I'm thinking of food. Make sure to get up and stretch. And I will be right back. I see that Regis went to do laundry and make dinner, which is pretty much what I just did. Although, for me, I'm like 6 hours ahead of him, I think. 6 or 5, either one of those two. So I had lunch. Although lunch was just a bunch of snacks. I'll make a meal later on. So, out of our things to do, what should we do first? Education, subway, outdoor mall. Education, subway, outdoor mall. Subway would help with traffic, which would help with death collection. So let's do that first. Excuse me. We go to Subway. Now we're able to see all of the different kinds of Subway. Let's place them in and see what they do. So the game is still paused, so nothing's going to be played with this. I'm just going to place them all in and see what they look like. Because I can't tell with this overlay. I know one of them is above ground. That's the above ground. I didn't mean to click on that first. That's the underground one, which is probably what we're going to use. Elevated subway station has more than one track. Modern metro is another underground. And then we have this one, which looks like a regular train station. These are all fairly large above ground stuff. That looks cool with a little, like, park area with it. This one is that, but without decorations. We may use this somewhere else. And it looks like I can tell them to pay for parking. I can. And it has upgrades. A roof and an extra building. Does this one have any upgrades? It has a thing for small shops. How about this one? Underground platforms for... Oh, we can do 2 platforms. That'll be perfect for the one that's going to be over here. What about this one? Add extra comfort for your passengers by providing a rainproof shelter to the entrance. It doesn't already have... Oh, no, it goes straight down into the underground. Okay. So this little park area behind it is really where the other entrance would go. Yeah. Does it go in facing the same way? How did it even get to that? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure we would use these two. What does this do? Forget. Bring an underground subway platform to your station with a separate entrance for citizens to use. Oh, I didn't even see that it put it underneath. I only focused on the building. I didn't see this. So this has 2 stations. Above ground or underground. Okay, so how do we want to connect these in? That's the real question. Right now, the subway line is underground. I'm going to delete these. We're not going to use them. I am going to just move this one, though. So I want this to be somewhere over here, and the best things to delete in place of these would be things that aren't residential. So I'm thinking...
Sorry about that. It's nothing important. I just lost my key.
Right there. They'll rezone around it. I can unpause.
Brown sedan parked outside.
And then another one.
I probably shouldn't have said that. If anyone finds them, please don't see you.
Over here, it looks like nobody is building right there.
Oh, good.
Is that a service building?
Never mind them. Thank you for listening.
No, that's commercial.
Second moon.
Oh, the helicopter
We're
pad is in the way.
and we're getting
Okay,
reports
so
about
this could go here
somewhere in the
and not
city.
cause any
Road
issues.
maintenance services have
I am going to
provided
pause because it's going to delete that one building.
return to normal.
I want to delete this one and have a larger building in the middle.
You might want to wait a little
And
while
you...
until everything clears up.
That's the subway. Okay.
You already know about it. No use reminding you.
So now, if we look at this,
Expect delay.
and we grab this,
Industry in the region is on the
go
rise.
underground,
Business is doing
I
well.
think we might actually want to rotate this.
Glenda?
Let's pause for a second. I want to get you rotated this way, which deletes the buildings yet again. Hopefully they can build in against this main road. Let's check the zoning. Commercial, medium. They can't, but now they can. So I should get a building right here. It doesn't look like we're getting a building there. What if I move you over here? Will I get a building there? If I zone right there. Okay, there we go. So that's 2 stations. Let's go back into that view and see how far away they are. We probably could use a station over here by the park. I'm thinking maybe where the row houses are, we take out a few houses and put this in. We'd only have to take out like 2 houses. We got it along this road and placed it near the parking. Let's go on this side. Get rid of those 2 houses. And then we're gonna have one here. But I kind of want one that has just more than 1 lane. Actually, no, we're only gonna have one in here. There's a Sandy Gas in chat if anyone wants one. Let's try the above ground one, which is this one. I am going to temporarily place this here, but the path is in the way. So what I'm going to do is delete the path, which I'm going to pause for. And then put this in. I kind of want it right here. No, I don't. I want it further over to the left. Because we need to be able to get our subway line underground. I need to delete the path that's under here, because it's going to be in the way. Just to that point. And then we grab this, we go up, back down, and hopefully I can get this to a point where it goes underground and stays. Grab there and then see if I can go this way. Doesn't look like I can get underground. Because the slopes are weird. Can I go underground on this side? I can. That's at least one way that's connected in. And you pretty much go straight underground. How far to the left can I move this? Let's move 4 spaces. So I can go to there. Does that give me more room over here to curve upwards? I go like this, and then like this. Oh, we can get underneath. And it's over there. we'll go the other way. Oh, not the whole station. I want the track. There we go. Okay, if we grab this and go the other way. And then in line with that station, we're probably going to have to move this path to the other side of the road, which I'm okay with doing. It's snapping to the roundabout. There we go. And you have issues with the road. But not if I go to here. No, I want to be down. Can I connect you straight up into here? I can. Okay. What do the heights look like? They honestly look pretty horrible. I don't like how it goes up here. Can I use move it to lower it? I don't think I can see underground. So I think what I want to do is move it out from this way and bring it over to there. So we'll grab whatever height this is and try to make it flat coming out to here. So I'm going to do 180. That's a -2 grade, which means it's going down. So I want to go up a little bit. That's -1. Still -1. Still -1. That's a 0.1, so that's what we want within 50 meters. So I'm going to delete this path. So right there, and then can I keep bringing it out before we get to this point? Because I kind of want it in line with that node. There it is. That's a 5.9 downgrade. So right here, I want to keep it flat, and then when we curve, I'll bring it down. Let's bring this up a little bit more. It looks like every time we go up a little bit, it... Okay. So we're going to have to go down a little bit. Where's the line? There it is. Can I go straight this way or the other way? Just so that I can go like this. And connect you straight in for a decent slope. And then delete this. Okay. Let's delete this portion. Not the station. There we go. Nope, that's not what I want either. There we go. To the road. No, not straight. Curve. There we go. To the road. Down this way. Why can't I place it there now? Alright, let's go to here. And then down. Nope, still can't do it. I can't go straight. That means we actually do need this to be negative 20. Which is unfortunate, because I don't think these two are at the same height anymore. No, they're not, but it's not that bad. So what is like the midpoint between these two? If I go here to here. 349, that's 170. 175? Is right here. That's so that I can get the point out here for the curve. We're gonna go up to 15, because that's where this is. 173, so we're gonna go... Nah, that's not what I wanted. Turn this on the curve. It's right there, bring this in, and now I want this to be... Let's try it like this, and then... That might help us here, getting a good slope. It's a 5% grade up. I'm gonna leave it for now. So that's minus 20 there, but then it goes down into our city. Okay, let's delete this little thing here. We're gonna have to add the path over here back in. And the issue we have here is that the path was to keep people from crossing over the road. If I go back underground, then I build you back where you were. Maybe.
You're tuned into Second Moon, the channel where the classics never grow old.
For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour.
I grab here, and then...
So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
The slope too steep.
What I'm smelling.
I can go to there.
I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross.
So let's bring this straight across so that I can rebuild this one.
Been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep
Bring this
growing,
into here.
growing, and
They are now connected, so they don't have to cross the road anymore. But we're gonna keep it over here.
Doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after.
What I'm gonna grab is a node from here and bring it in.
Live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident.
Go to there, and then bring it up to here.
In the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched.
So now they're all connected in.
Return to normal.
It's just the crosswalk is over here now.
You might want to wait a little while until everything.
Let's get rid of this.
If you're in it, you already
And we can press play now.
use reminding you. Meanwhile,
Because the rest of the stuff is going to be easier to do. Unless this won't connect in correctly. Can't go straight there. You can do minus 20 though. You work here. So we have the path of people walking right across the subway. That probably is going to feel very shaky. when the trains go by. So now, grab these, bring them out a little bit. So that it's a smaller curve. Grab you to here. Grab you to about here. And then bring them together. And the last curve. Okay, we have a subway system built up and everything. It does come above ground. Where does the underground one go? I think it goes underneath the portion closest to the road. So what I'm going to do is put this here. And it does put it near the road. I'm going to add that on now so that we have something for it. Actually, probably would have been better to not have it. Because then we're going to get these icons that are stuck there. Train line. We're going to do everything on the inside of the circle. Here, then here, and then here, and then back to the beginning. And now I'm going to go into this, and everything's on the right side, so this is clockwise. Just so that I know which one is which. Now we're going to go backwards. I am not placing in the path. There is a mill tank in chat. If anyone wants a cow. Now we're doing everything on the outside of the path. It's a little hard to see where this is. And it looks like... Oh, I put them in the wrong direction. We have to redo the clockwise path. That there. Alright. Counterclockwise is correct. This one is not. We have to go this way so that they stay on the right side. I pretty much put the stops backwards in terms of what side of the tracks they drive on. So that means they would have had two lines mixing, but going opposite directions, which at some point would make issues. Okay, now we should see that they stay separated at all times. No crossing over each other. Yep, they're all good. Okay, last thing we need to do is connect our subway depot into the train line. So we're going to grab right here. We're just going to do a little quick thing like this. And then we go all the way out here. So to here's 180. I'm going to grab this guy, bring them all the way out to here. Bring this further up. And then connect it in. Now Now, why do you go above ground right here? Oh, because you're going uphill. You know what? This looks like a cool accent. It looks like it's graded pretty nicely. It doesn't look too weird. And it'd be something you come over here to look for. You got the trains going through. Now we have them up here. The only issue we have is the underground subway is not connected into anything. So they have issues. And I also see that this road needs to be sloped better. I think something happened when we added in the train. I'm gonna pause. We're gonna do some adjustments to here. Get rid of that. I also want to get rid of this. So what I want is a flat road here, but it's one way. That's mostly flat. Okay. And then this one is 2-lane road. To there. And then up this way, I want it to be sloped. So we don't want this large of a circle. If I grab here and here. This isn't helping as much as I expected it to because we have the train station here. So it might not work out the way that I want it to. Although it is adding a key wall. We could add key walls to the side of the building. I have a mod for that. Do a little smoothing here. Try and get that major slope against this road going. Where did I see the key walls? Here it is. They call them retaining walls. Is it adding a retaining wall? I can't tell. Oh, I think I was looking at the wrong thing. I want actually keys. Just like that. Look at how good that looks now. We can do this on other things as well. Like over here. Only this one, we would want retaining wall. Look at this. This is the look I was going for when we were trying to do this manually. Anything else that we can do this to? I have a new shiny toy and I want to use it. What about against here? No, it doesn't look too good. Not close enough. We could do it here. And we have one there. I add a key to this road. Doesn't look like it does anything. Okay. Retaining wall against this? No, we didn't finish this. Luckily, this station, they can come out of either direction, so we don't actually need this up so high. If I grab here, we can grab here and slope it to that point. And then I'm going to obviously smooth this out a little bit. And in here. And then all against the highway. Which is going to get a key wall. Or a retaining wall. Smoothing this out a tiny bit. And a little bit in the middle. This. Retaining wall. Look at how much better this makes everything look. I mean, there's a shadow there, yes. I don't think there's anything else that would benefit from it. Maybe right here. But I can only add it to roads. I can't add it right there. Can't add it over here. We want key for this one. Overlapping items. We can't add it to that unless I delete that and then place it back in. Let's see if I can place it back in. Oh, I can't place it back in. It's like a hair of space not able to work. What if I delete the road and then place it back in afterwards? We haven't had fun die. I can't see the percentage anymore. Can I... do that and then hope it doesn't... Nope. I want you facing the road. But then I want to take you off so that I can go like this. Bring you as close as I can.
A driving advisory has been issued.
Then I might be able to place the road back in over here.
Please exercise caution if you must drive.
It's working.
Off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
That was truly superfluous. Masterful counterpart. You're listening to Second Moon Radio. The station
Okay, so what we're going to do over here is we're going to grab this
touch that dial.
and find out how I can just move it. Oh, I can just drag it.
On the streets with Kim,
Okay.
taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim,
And now what I want to do is
tell us what you're hearing.
It's more
make
about
every node
smelling.
over here
I have
the
to
same
say
height
it
as this
just
one.
plain stinks
Oh, there's
around
only one
here.
node. Look at that.
Gross. And these
Bring you to
concerned
there.
Citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection.
Looks like I need a little bit of key wall right here.
Food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh god, I can't stand
Can't put one
think
there,
about
though.
it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing.
Can I move this
growing
up a little bit?
growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks.
Why did it move the entire path? I just wanted
Still
this
pretty
node.
stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere.
What if we
in the
grab
city.
these?
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Are there two nodes right here? Is that what I'm seeing? There are two nodes. Okay. That's what this weird bump is for. Or from. What if I delete that and then try to place it back in? There's only one node. I'm going to try to make this a little bit more flat. You need to go all the way down. You need to come up. I think that looks better. We're not gonna fix everything because it has to plateau where the roads connect in. But there's another double over here. This isn't gonna let me place it back in, is it? Oh, it does. Look at that. I'm surprised. Now we'll have an issue when I do grass. No. Okay. And it did the weird thing again. Or is it just I didn't raise these up? I think that looks better. Okay. I think that's all I would try to change. We could do it here at the hospital too. I don't think it's going to work because the hospital is pretty much in there squeezed. Alright, that is subways. I can delete that one. I'm going to unpause. Why are these being demolished? Weird zoning things? Yeah, the zoning is now on the bottom road. What? Okay, we're gonna do this tool. Is this the side that I want for this room? Get out of that. Upgrade tool. Why can't I tell if it's doing it? Oh, it is doing it. So it won't do it where there's already zoning. That's an issue for us. We're gonna have to just delete them. Why can't I see the zoning? I guess I have to unselect it like this. Okay, let's do the path trick. There is a Cerulege in chat. That's a cool Pokemon. Okay, that brings back the zoning up here. So now I can zone just where the buildings are. Get rid of this path and that path. And now we should be able to put in the buildings the exact space that they were in. I think those were both commercial. And they build right back in. I think it's funny that the waterfront houses all have pools when they have the river, which is very skinny at this spot. We might want to change that at some point. Anyway. We have a farm way out here, which was us testing out if the farms would work outside of a fertile land, and they don't. Hey, Tori. Okay, what's next? University? Or college? Whichever one. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I think that's the next thing we should do. I keep doing that. What I want to know first is distance from here to here is 312 meters. We're going to go from here to here, 312 meters. I'm surprised I got an exact number. Get rid of this road. Bring this back out. You know what? Let's do this and make sure it's still 312. Yep. Okay, then the roads that cross through it. Actually, what is the distance between these two roads? $148. That's from this side. That's close enough. Grab this all the way down. Grab these all the way down. Doing weird zoning things. I think it's because we didn't check the grading of this area. Oops. I go to here. Yeah, this area is very downhill. So we need temporary roads. Look too steep. Not right there, you aren't. You right here. Everything else is all lined up visually. Alright, let's flatten this area. What we want is this to here, pretty much. And then this all the way across. And fill in this big area. Okay, now I'm going to raise this up to 100, which I probably should have started with at the beginning. And I'm going to make this wider than the road. The same with up here. So that when I do the slope, let's try and line this up correctly with the road up here. That looks about right. I grab right there. Go from here. It should make a better slope. So the roads are still not going to be like 100% perfect, but they're better than what they were before. And I went to the wrong road. I was supposed to go to that road. This lined up. Okay, so let's do this one more time. Try and get this lined up with the road. Grab right here, and down here on this road. It shouldn't change too much, except for this bottom part. But just in case it does, we'll go over the entire thing again. Oh. Okay. Let's get out of that view. Put in our roads one more time. You to here. Then up to here, in there. You come down here. Straight across. Straight across. And straight across. Delete all of them. I have no idea why people are coming down this way. I guess they were in a lane that made them turn. Who knows? We'll smoothen this out for now, but I know we're going to add our university up here, so that's going to change. Flatten this out or smoothen this out. And this area. I think we should probably flatten this out a little bit around. Let's grab this area here. And find the height that it flattens to. Going around this entire area. You flatten up to this line.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve.
And let's try and bring it into the mountain there.
Local public service announcement.
Smoothing this out.
This is Second Moon Radio, classical for the modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper, using only their imaginations as guides through a
Okay.
audible.
Then we're going to smoothen this out or slope it out.
Listening at full volume, and our souls are transported. But let us not tarry. On to the next rapisode.
We're live,
And
and
then
we're
smoothing this
having
out a little bit.
a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it.
Okay, that's so that we can build our little apartment complex over here. Because we're going to use the specialty buildings in residential and put a bunch of these down. Now I want these snapping to roads so I can see what kind of turns they are. We're going to place one of each just to see what they look like, and
good for the community.
Thanks, Jim.
Let's know what's going on right here. Let's see if this will let us put zoning on both sides. Why can't I see? Okay, that took it off from both. That puts it on both. Okay, no idea why it didn't do this beforehand. And now I'm just clicking on every road to make sure that they all have zoning.
This is an
I could have just did that, that would have been quicker.
Increasing areas of forest are being engulfed by flames. The thick smoke rising from the fire makes the air dangerous.
There's a fire right there by our train depot, or train station.
Near the fires and remain at a safe distance until emergency services manage to get the fires under control.
And it's gone. That's an easy cheat for that. Okay, so what I want to do first is the zoning for in here. I want one of these, I think. I want to see what they look like, so when they're placed in, we can choose if we want to keep them or not. Because we need more commercial in this general area. Maybe we don't. That's a lot of commercial in this area. I think this will be the only point of it. And then we were looking at the specialized stuff. You right there. You right there. And then you. Okay. So I think I want one of these. We could put all 4 of them together in their own cubes. There would be a lot of connection roads. So let's delete these. What I'm going to do is add a road that comes to these. And then we're going to start with the smaller square one. And then if I want this mirrored, I need the roads to be 4x4. I think this is working the way that I want it to. Already exists. I can only have one of each. Really? Does anarchy stop that? It does. Okay, we're putting anarchy on. I just want these to be connected though, but they're not really connecting. Because the zoning is weird here. Due to it being uphill. Delete that road. I'm going to bring this road straight out. Right down, this is another 4, so right to here. And it still isn't exactly how I want it. But it would be if we offset them. What if I do one of the other ones? That doesn't connect right. That doesn't connect right. I just move this and place it back down. What if we start from over here? What? That's not what I wanted. I wanted this. Why am I highlighted over the wrong thing? What is going on here?
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected. We urge citizens.
I have anarchy on. I should be able to grab that.
The storm is passed.
Delete it then. Okay, so it looks like they're not going to line up due to the road. But that does line up. And then I just want these to all be the same. If I grab node, you object height there, you object height here, you object height to this, you object height to this. Now I bring a road this way. We're getting closer to what I'm looking for. Does this mean I can't place this building in now? No, I still can. Okay, now we need a road on the bottom, which is the one that was having the most issue. Let's see if it lets me build that in. It does! Look at that! And my headphones died. Give me one moment. I have to turn off the mic. Okay. Got the headphones on. Close this now. Okay, the only thing I did see here is that we need to bring this down to that object height. So that's one apartment complex there. Or that's what we're at least going to call it, the apartment complex. So what I'm going to do now is actually delete this road, and we're going to do the L-shaped ones on the other side. These. Or should we do this one? Let's try doing this one. So that would go there. Then we need a road that comes out this way. And I think it needs 6 spaces, which we may not have. So go to there for now. Grab object height here. Let's make sure that this is the same height as over here, which it wasn't. What about this one? That might not have either. And there's a bunch of trees here now. So now this is no longer the correct height. It's not that one, it's this corner. You object height to here. Now all the roofs are similar. Okay. You object height to here. You object height to here. Now if I grab one more of those, put you here, I might be able to squeeze a road behind it. I think it would be easier just to move all of this over. Have this connect over into here. So what I want to try and do is tiny road there, tiny road here. And then we're going to grab move it. We're going to highlight everything. All of that. And I want to try my best to line this up with that road. And then we're going to have to delete this. Let's see if I can add this road back in. Everything should still be the right height. We'll work on the ground afterwards. But now I can add a road back here. For this thing. And then we have to do move it stuff again. You object height to here. How many nodes are in here? We'll make sure this is the correct object height. And the same with this one. Now we only have this guy. Okay, let's add 2 more of these in. right here, and then I need a road below it. I don't know why I can't do a 90-degree bend there. There we go. And it did weird things to the
A
ground.
driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
Yeah, they don't seem
Please exercise caution if you
the right
must
height
move,
anymore.
and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
It wasn't.
A
It
driving
rose up.
advisory has been
That's
issued
weird.
for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please
Put you there?
exercise caution if you
No,
must
we
move,
have to see if
and
the
try to
buildings
stay
are
off
all
the
the right
streets
height.
until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
I'll grab you.
This
Object
is
height
Sun
here.
Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle.
You.
Before we dive
Object
into our
height
next selection,
here.
I'd like to take
You.
a few memento
Object height
moris
here.
to elaborate
You.
on the formal structure
Object height
of these
here.
symphonic
You
works.
are not
For
in
our
line.
more or less able listeners, first we will be dancing through
And
the
why
dance
is that?
section before entering the slower largo movement, finally then savoring the vivacious antipasto movement. So, without further ado, let's
Weird zoning issues? Weird zoning issues for sure.
Industry in the
Alright,
region
let's try and
realize that
do...
business is doing well that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
For our feature story, we're on the
This.
streets with
Don't have it
cameras
connect.
taking the pulse of the city.
Should
So,
allow me to put this
what's
back in and it'd be
on the
right.
street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I
Now it looks even weirder.
I have to say it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these
Can I do
concerns
Control Z and it goes back?
That's
Nope.
hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows
Put
how
you right
long.
there.
There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh god, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth. just
Probably should have did this a lot earlier.
Growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
Okay, the zoning is still off for some weird reason. And I think it's because I moved the entire road. We're gonna rebuild it from over here. That's the first road. Any other nodes in between? Looks like it's just 2. So now you need to move over to here for now. Delete those 2. I want you to be 90-degree turn to here. I want this to be the same height as this, and then bring it up just to make sure that's the same height, even after I changed it. There we go. You're going to be right here. You are going to be moved over. And delete all this. And move these. I see a little bit of zoning right there. Bring you out to here. Delete that for now. We might add it back in for the next ones. I'm not sure yet. Bring you out further, then up this way. That's not straight at all. Oh, I have anarchy on. Oh, that's great. I need anarchy on for me to be able to place these buildings in multiple times. Okay, then what I really want is to go like this. And then grab all the nodes and make sure that they're straight or flat. grab this road up to there. That should be the last one for this. How? Oh, these are in between each other. You need to be there. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. That's correct. Now all of this moves over. Should look close to being correct. Now what I'm going to do is grab the move it. And what I'm going to do is grab these. And I should be able to do them all at once. And they should look pretty much exact. There is a slight line between these two buildings. Because they're ever so slightly off. And I think it's this one that's the one that's off. I don't see the line there. It's just this one building. And then move you back. It's not enough to bother me after we finish. You right there. You right here. Grab another one of our roads, bring it out. Grab the height tool. Make sure this one's at the right height because it doesn't seem like it is. Grab you. Grab a road. Delete that a little bit. And put this in here. Highlight all four of them. Object height. Here. Now there's a little bit of separation between them. I'll leave it. I'm fine with that. Okay, now the next one. Do these fit in this little area? That's the question. That one can. This one cannot. No matter which way it's turned, there's not enough room. But this one is more of a rectangle, so it would fit. Especially since I think if we went like this and this, they line up. They do, look at that. Alright. Can I see how long this has to be? 95.9. I'll go to 91, see if that helps. I'll do the same for over here. And what I'm going to do is this. To object height of this. That should have made it look better. Let me grab our stuff again. And it did weird things. Delete that road then. Place back in. Still doing weird zoning. Will you place in the way I want you to? No. Why are you doing weird things like this? Let's see if I can zone the other direction. Or put the road in the other direction. So we want 4 blocks. Right here. And then object height. Let's make sure that these are at the right height. don't think I clicked the button. Okay. You there. You look okay. Now, if I go like this, before I connect it into the intersection, let's put the building in. Just in case the zoning changes after the intersection's put in. Okay. Grab all 4 buildings. Make sure they are at the same height as that road. And then we do the last one, which is going to be the largest one. Can I connect the road like that? Because I'm thinking we're going to put that other building set over here into the mountain range. This seems like a main road, so let's bring this down to here. And then how many nodes? There's a node right there. And there's a node right here. Now we grab the building, which is this big one. We're going to start over here because I think we need the space. And this is a 6x6. That is easy to plan out. We go right here. We'll go past the other road. But then we do the usual. I hope that the zoning changed with it. It did not, so this might be an issue. It is an issue. We need smaller roads then. Why am I on that? We'll go to there just until I build the building. Okay, then we need to come out a little bit more. Why can't I see the road that I placed there? I'm gonna delete this whole thing. That looks weird. That's the square that we want. That's how far we want to go. I'm going to put that as a marker. I still feel like this isn't going to look right once I put the third road in. Or the third building. So that is correct spacing. Grab you, object height, to there. Grab the last building, which needs to be against this road. Bring you out just a little bit to make sure that you connect in the correct way. Okay, then you to here. And I'm just going to connect you straight in because you seem like you're at the right spot. And then what I'm going to do is go
has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please
this.
exercise caution if you must drive,
Object height
and try to
here.
stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Recent spikes
And then
in
again,
demand have led to
all of
temporary
these.
local shortages in the city's fresh water
Here.
supply. The public should be aware that we are struggling to get the city.
This looks good.
This
I'm going to add a few extra roads.
Second Moon Radio.
We're going to do a little bit of smoothing around here.
Tune in tomorrow for a second chance.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere.
I'm gonna try to bring this down
Road
more
maintenance
than
services have
against the
already been
road.
dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you
Which
already
may
know
be
that no
easier than I
news
thought
from
it would
Haiti.
be.
Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Bring these out a little bit more. Okay. Did that actually add a beach? Or is this cliff face? No, it's definitely different than that. I added a beach unintentionally. Okay, what we're gonna do now is add high density buildings of commercial. But I don't want a lot of them. I just want little buildings thrown about. Is there a 3x4? There is a 3x4, and that's what we're going to do over here. You're not what I want either. Okay, we're going to delete you then. That's 3x4. That's 3x5. I want that. Why are they not doing it the way that I want them to do it? Is this not 3x4? No, it is. Just for some reason it didn't work over here. Alright. No, I don't want a large square. It's better than nothing. These are all so that they can have a little bit of commercial in this area. And next,
An emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A
I'm
severe
going
hailstorm is
to
approaching. Damage to crops
add
and
parking
property
lots.
is expected. We urge citizens
Because we have
to
little
stay
tiny parking lots,
inside
so we can
until
place in
the
these
storm
areas.
has passed.
I do want something like this. We're gonna add a few because this is a higher density area, I would think. How did the ground do with these? They're fine. Now this area a little weird with the zoning. Because it's all different elevations. And I think I'm gonna leave it like that. I don't like the smaller buildings with the big buildings though. What I'm gonna try to do is something like this and get them to rezone to something smaller. But the way that I want them to zone. Can you zone this way? Okay, now what about this? I don't think you can. You're not going to zone this the way that I want you to, are you? No. But you will zone that way. Oh, there's one big one. Okay. If I... Oh, these are two small ones. If I delete both of these. Not zoning the way I want them to zone. And I don't think they're going to build in here. How big is this one building? It's the entire square there. That's 6 by 4. trying to wait to see how tall this one is before I change the rest of them. Don't really like these, though. I'm hoping if I go like this, it didn't do what I was hoping. Let's try and minimize the amount of zoning. That didn't work. What about 5 by 5? There's no 5 by 5. That building's not too tall, by the way. So 6 by 4 works. If I dezone this and delete these two buildings, can I get that to be the same as the other side? I don't think I can. Because I really want to zone there. What about over here? Will these change? Nope, so they're never going to zone in there. Can I make these... I keep going to red by accident. Can I make these low density and have them build in? Or do they need to be 3 blocks? They might need to be 3. I know you can be 3 blocks wide, and the game crashed. That's 2 crashes we had today. I have no idea how far back the last autosave was. I have a feeling we're not going to have all the buildings we just placed in as apartment complexes. Too many mods? There are 5 mods total. And I didn't realize that I bumped the camera earlier. There is a Wooloo in chat if anyone wants a sheep. That's so many. The game crashes without mods. This is not a polished game in any means. Five. Autosave was 2:45. Oh, literally 1 minute ago. Alright, so we have the low density commercial placed in here. Right? Yes. And what we were doing was this and this. And deleting these. Why won't that build over here? And why am I not getting any low density commercial for that small area? There is a 3 by 4. No, it's 3 by 5. Because this takes the zoning out behind it. No, it's not 3 by 5. The zoning over here is making me very annoyed. See if there's a 4 by 4. There is a 4 by 4. Can I make this be a 2 by 2 and then have a 4 by 4 next to it? Okay, that looks identical. We just don't have anything in this general area. So these two buildings are separated from the rest. We could make it look planned by finding a small parking lot that would fit in between these, which would have to be like a 3 by 2 parking lot. Like this, and then we could try to make a 4 by 4 square right here. There we go. Placing another parking lot right there. It looks slightly planned. This doesn't really match the rest because I think we're using the wrong zone. I think these are residential. That may have been a reason why it wasn't looking right, because it's supposed to be this. None of this was commercial this entire time. Gee. Alright. How do these get zoned? Are you not the right zone? What zoning are you then? Are you the mixed? You might be the mixed zoning, and I just clicked on the wrong one. Yeah, you definitely are. I added back in the wrong zoning. Okay, so there's 4x4 buildings. There's 2x2 buildings. This is not a 4x4 or a 2x2. That's 3x6. I should be able to place them here, if I get it right. If I take those away, that should build in. Because it's the same as this side. 6x3 for sure. 6x3. But for some reason it's not. That's 6x3. Why isn't this building right here? And then that's making smaller ones. Will you make a bigger building? No. And these aren't going to be in any other configuration, are they? How about now? No, you make even smaller ones. This is a 2x2. I can't really place a parking lot there. I don't think there's any 2x2 spots. So we'll leave that as an empty square. This will look a little weird, but a little bit better now that we have parkings separating them. The rest are going to be just high density, or not high density, medium density buildings. And I think I said before that I wanted to only do 2 squares of it. Or 3 squares, I guess it would be. And then row houses all down these. Which would take a little bit of zone manipulation. So we would want zoning to be all down that. Let's redo this. That wasn't what I meant to do. I meant to go like this and like this so that they're connected. And then when we delete these, they may not be against the 2 roads. They should be closer. Yes, they are. Look at that. So we're going to do that all down. Wait a second. what this is for. That's the wrong side, though. Oh, put them back on. I want this button. Nope, that's the wrong one. How am I doing the wrong one again? This one, this one. And then we switch to this side and do Laurel Street. Doesn't seem to have worked the way that I thought it would work. Let's see if we can get these connected together by just doing the paths. Doesn't seem like it. I think this might actually be something we can't do anything about. Unless if I go down this side, it changes it. It does. Okay, so it's this road issue. And then when we delete them, do we get an extra square, or are they separated from Laurel Street? Either way is fine. We connected over here. You are not where I want you. Please stay there. Awesome. Okay. Now we get ready for the rail housing. We're gonna do it normal way that we have been doing it, is this. So that when they build in, just in case they could build against the side roads, they're only building against the roads we want them faced on. And these won't build in until these are all done, because they're the same residential zone. Although it looks like they're trying. Now what I could do is everything in between as well. Like that. And then we'll just come back later and add them around the edges. Okay. We're going to ignore that area, let it build up. In the meantime, we're going to grab one of these colleges, wherever they are. Here's one college. And we have these two different versions of them. Can be upgraded with an extension wing, a dormitory, and a sports field. This one can be upgraded with an extension wing, a library, and a dormitory. And the default one can be upgraded with an extension wing and a library. So we can either have no dormitory or a library or sports field. Now, I want to see what their sports field looks like. It is a small football field? No, this is American football. This is a football field. That's the extension wing. That's the dormitory, which can be placed anywhere in a radius. What about the other schools? Modern University. That's the library, I think. No, that's the extension wing. Here's the library. And this is the dorms. More academies have their own separate office buildings and laboratories. That's more of a study thing. And this one, arguably the largest one, looks like the high school. Oh, that would make sense, because these are the two default ones. I don't know why that took me so long to realize. So this can be a library, and I think it's only one. That we can add more than one library. Why? What do they do? The library, with its extended selection of textbooks, provides students with better chances of graduating. So I guess the more of these we add, the higher chance of them graduating, and then extension wing. So what I think we really should do, to get like the benefit of all the options,
A driving advisory
are the
has been
two
issued for the immediate
specialized
due to
ones.
poor road
So not this one.
Please exercise caution if you must
I'm going to
drive
delete
and
that
try
so
to
that we
stay
only
off
have
the
these two.
streets until
And I think, just like how we did the high
This
school,
public service
or the 2 high schools, we will have these 2 colleges. As rivals. I was trying to think of how to word this. Not as enemies, but as rivals, yeah. So what I'm thinking of doing is making the road connect up here as one large block. And then we'll separate these through this street. It'll be one over here, one over here. So for now, they're both going to be against Birdsong Street. That keeps them out of the way. Let's look at the leveling first, because that is not good at all. So what I want is first to line up this road. I want you flattened out to here. I went a little too far, but that's fine. And then this road also out to the city line. Yep, this looks right. And then what I want to do next is make sure that I'm still straight. I'm not. I'm a little crooked. Grab here. Bring this up. Move the cursor. This should be changing the level underneath the schools as well. And then when I move them, they should look better. We are going to have to flatten an area in here. But they're not going to be like that the entire time. Right click. Left click. You like this. Yes, Story, what do you want? I hear you. What? What? It's not time for dinner. You have 2 hours. You probably didn't even eat half the can that I gave you this morning. Okay, let's grab the road. Oh, we also have to add the trees to this road. And I guess we should do it around the apartments. I'm spacing out on that again. Bring you up to here and in. I don't think that was straight. It was. Wow. Probably should have put this one in first. Did that make the road look weird? No. The land did that. Alright. So next... I don't think I want them against the road. So a little bit back. Let's go to the end of the zone. Trying to get them centered as best as I can, which looks about right there. But let's put it back a little bit out of the zone so when I add the road it doesn't affect the building, or the building doesn't make the road not work. Then this one, we want to do the same, but I don't know now which one needs a larger radius. There's an executor, or there was an executor in chat. I think the moment we raid out, I'm definitely going to start doing all the audio files. Ooh, this has a large library. And you are the dorm. This is part of the building. We'll add that in now. That's outside. It's part of the building. And this is the field. Quite a large field, actually. It fits well right here. But we could separate it by a road that goes in between the two. So let's get these extension roads in. Actually, what was the library? The library would 100% look better on the outside. And then these we could have lined up on the road in between the two. Let's grab this. We're going to go from the end of this school to here. And then the same on this side, but I can't tell what is 6 zones out. Actually, I can if I look up top. Right here should be 6 zones in between the small road and the main road. Looks a little weird over here, but I think that's because this high school needs to be further back. Put you back there. We're going to delete these again. And place them back in. Do I want 6 or do I want 4 squares? I think I wanted 4 squares. Okay, but this one is smaller. So really I should switch these around. Why do you not connect to the road? Weird. And that doesn't connect here. What is going on between these two? Look at the zoning. Maybe the zoning is messing stuff up. It is, I think. So what I'm going to do is, since this road is flat, and that road is also... Oh, no, this isn't flat either. We're going to grab there and flatten out an area for the school. And then I'm going to grab this, put you to this height. Did that do anything to the ground level? It fixed it a little bit. Let's grab that height and do the same thing for this school. And I think I need to remove this road and add it back in. Something about it just didn't seem right. Still does a little dip, but maybe this will work. And it'll be able to connect to the road. Why do you not connect directly to the road? You connect directly on that side. Is it because there's no zoning? Because there was no zoning. That's odd, but at least I know. It's a good thing we have that mod. Because that wasn't even like a mod conflict. That was just default game said no zoning on that one side. Okay. It also looks like the snow's melting away, so we'll be able to see a little bit better in how we're building things. I can't really tell where the divots in the ground are, except for like right here. That's pretty obvious. But like right here is a slight chance. And then in here, I can't tell where the rest of it is. But anyway, what we're going to do next is... Ooh, this lines up perfectly with that road. How close did we get to that level? We didn't get very close, but if I... go down to 50, and then grab here and go to here and just drag this way. We can slope that road up here pretty easily. This is going to be for the soccer field. I think that's enough. I might need to flatten it out a little bit more. We got pretty close. And then these are the dorms. And I don't want them on the owner. I can't place 2 right here. 1 there to the L. Oh, if we move the roads out past the school, that would work better. If I went from here. But what I actually want to do is cut half of this off. Same thing over here. But I can go like this. Make this straight. And then I don't need these anymore. Because we should be able to line up. You know what, let's just go this way first. Past the school. Into here. To there. And our school gives us a conflict, so let's put anarchy on. Put the road in. Turn anarchy off. Get out of the road builder. We're going to move this so that it's lined correctly. And that should be flat. And that should be flat. But it's not. This is up a little bit. So let's move that down. Object height. Here. That is flat? It looks like a divot right there, though. Oh, is this the button right here? Or am I just seeing a visual weird thing? I think it's just visual. Okay, back to this. Dorms. Should be able to place 2 in here. There we go. I'm gonna place them on the roads there. And then do I place them against the soccer field? I think I will. So we're going to flatten out a little bit more room. Same over on this side. Add more of these in. Nope, let's put a road in. I don't know how long the road needs to be. Just going a little bit. You right there. You right there. That's it for this area. We're now going to smoothen this out. Actually, we could put a wall right here, now that we have the tool to do so. A retaining wall. We go into the road. We go to here. We grab this. We say, put that right here, please. Now you have a retaining wall. You have a retaining wall. The smallest one I've ever seen. Oh, put a retaining wall over here too. Or a key wall. Let's take the retaining wall off there. Looks a little weird.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be
A little bit of jitters there.
blackouts.
What we are going to do is put them on
Remain
here.
calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan.
Now, if
for
I
extended
smoothen this
events.
out,
This has been a local public service announcement. Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low.
it does bring the retaining wall, or it affects the retaining wall. So we need to make sure that this all stays flat.
Local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon Radio Classical for the modern.
What I want is to
Unlike
go...
most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone sitting in front of a sheet of blank paper,
This.
using only their imaginations as guides through a silent.
It's a little bit off, but it's alright. And if we ever delete this road, the zoning, or the land underneath it's going to look different.
But let us not tarry.
But now we could add parking lot up
Industry
here.
in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our
We're
boat.
probably going to need parking for this main building.
For our feature story,
Let's add
we're
parking.
on the streets
We're gonna
for
flatten this
the
out
next
again.
hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm
Bring it all the way to this end of the road.
I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross.
We'll put a road going behind the building,
Citizens agree.
or behind the field.
Hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it.
I want something wide and large, not that large, not that deep.
Growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
No.
You heard it here, folks.
Yes.
We're not doomed. It's Still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, kid. We'll be back after this.
That's what I want. Oh look, they're mirrored. That's even better. I love when things are mirrored. I think we should move these in one square though, so they're next to each other. Now they're not mirrored, but that was because they had an extra path on the end to go into the road. This is fine though. This kind of makes it look like one large spot. Now what I'm going to do is put retaining walls on this road as well. So it's all one big cube. Only I'm going to make sure that this cube is completely square. As much as I can. Yeah, that did mess things up. Okay. Alright. That's one college. Start messing with this one. You have very small buildings, which actually need more room, so I need to move this road back. You go up here. I need 6 squares in between these. Grab the road. Bring it straight to here, and then straight down and in. Now bring this back over. I should be able to add these all against this road. What are these before I place them in? More academies have their own separate office buildings and laboratories. This seems like something that would help with education. Oh, it adds students! This bar went up. Okay. And then library helps people graduate.
Damage to crops
This I want
is
against the
expected.
building.
We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm.
And I think I want 2 of them. How do we make this look better? Key walls against the road? I mean, that has a key wall. This one would probably benefit from having one. We go like this. Definitely looks better here. I don't like this corner piece though.
To all citizens.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high.
Oh, I see why.
Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected.
That probably didn't help.
Remain indoors until the situation passes.
And then over here as well. Bring that out. Key wall. Up that part of the road. Okay, and now what I'm gonna do is flatten an area for houses. And then slope from the school to that spot. Which doesn't look straight. Let's try and line up with the road. That's actually lined up. That's not straight either. Is this straight? Ah, it looks better. It doesn't look as crooked. It may not be straight in the sense that I was going for at first, but it looks better. And then when we add houses, it may push the ground back a tiny bit, but it should look better than it just being a straight drop. And there was a rookity in chat, which is a cool bird to me. Okay, so that's our colleges, which may seem weird being next to a school, or high school. But you wouldn't be going too far. But I think that looks nice. What I do want are parks up here. Let's see what we have in here. I want a fairly large park. These look better. Chirp Adventure, no. Hedge park. Tall hedges encircle a small stage where concerts and other gatherings take place. A large playground, no. Multi-purpose park. This park has features for all outdoor enthusiasts. A stage for park concerts, skate park, and a welcome park cafe under the canopies. The monumental fountain is the centerpiece of this city plaza. Small stages and they all have stages. That is huge. How many squares is it if I have it sideways? Can I get it to rotate, please? I want to see how large it is. It's a whole block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. It is 16 blocks wide. Also, we can add in the rest of these. And then what I want to make sure is that they all have large yards. No 2 square buildings, please. Okay, so that is pretty much the length of that area. We're gonna want a road somewhere in between. I think this would be a good middle point, so 1, 2, 3, hold on, let's get this out. 2, 4, 6, 8. Road. Park. Does that look somewhat centered? I think it could be moved over 1 square. Also, this road's not long enough. And then what I'm going to do is add a path going up here from the schools. Now, I probably should have a way for them to connect over. Especially from this road to this road. We'll do the same over here. And then these would all be connected in, so let's take a path. And we're going to go up in small increments. Not that small though. Should probably do it by 5. It's 2.5. That's 5. We'll try to keep it at a 5% grade. No, let's do 10. Brings the path out quite a bit for that school. And then let's try and curve. Slope too steep. But not right there.
This is an emergency
Now if I go up a little bit,
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood
and then,
of hail
well,
is
that's
very
not curved.
Traffic slowdowns
How did that
and
happen?
damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
That way. Up more, then this way. That doesn't look like a circle. So it is really sloped up this area. So maybe we go from here. We bring it to 0. we go 30 meters? 30 meters. We can get to 30. 28's close enough. 30 is too big. We should probably do 20. I want the height that it's at. Twenty is way down here. Then bring you up. You can get to 20 exactly. And then the rest will be uphill like this. And then I want to bring this from here. How long is that? Slope too steep. We know the slope is too steep. 9.5. Okay. Can I bring this up to 2.5 and it's okay? It is if I do that. Okay. Bring this down. Straight into there. So now they can get from the university up to here to the park. And vice versa. They can go from the houses straight to the university that way. Okay, let's add some more row houses. You know what? I'm gonna try doing the outside first. And then the inside. Which looks like it worked the same way as doing the opposite. But, no. And no. Put a big building there. And you look like you could have space there. For another building, but I don't think that's a zone. No, there's no squares there. Okay. Now, what I want to think about is... first, expanding downtown Shady Acres. You're going to go all the way out to here. Okay, that does snap into a line. And then I'm going to curve this around the apartment complex here. First I'm going to go like this. I'm going to put a node where the one on the right is a 90-degree bend. And then I'm going to grab this out here more. Actually, no, let's go this way first.
Advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
So now, downtown Shady Acres includes this entire large area. Walnut's Corner.
For our feature story,
Let's connect you all the way down.
Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word?
I don't want this whole zone square. I just want
Glenda, I have to say it just
this.
plain stinks around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
Then we're not going to put a zone here because there's no buildings, it's just the schools.
For who knows how long? There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts, and oh God, I can't stand it.
These guys aren't connected into any buildings.
Piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
I'm just going to leave them out of a district, they don't need one.
You heard it here, folks.
Okay,
We're not doomed.
so that is
Stinky.
college done.
Good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
What I'm going to do is take college off of the to-do list.
Latest figures, and somehow the number of visitors to the region
So now let's work on the
by over 20%.
outside mall, the outdoor
That's
mall.
fine by me, Jim. I just love it here. Maybe we'll keep it our little secret.
I like the sound
First
of that.
step,
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
delete this
A
road.
heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are
If they don't disappear, they're going to make their way over to the roads that are closest to them.
until the situation passes.
Glenda.
and then they're all going to use this road to get up there. Okay. Air pollution. Pretty much this block here. So we want to first find out how large of an area that is, because I already forget. And we can easily find out the length over here. Looks like 264 is the magic number. .264 would be right there. And before we do anything else, I want to add the trees and grass in this area because I just remembered about it. We're going to go all the way up to here. Down this road. Through here. This would already have it, I think. It doesn't. And there's no other large roads in between these. Let's add the trees. I don't think if I go this way, nope. I have to go to this corner. Then bring it in. Trees to there. And then right here is the last one. Right? There's only 3 blocks here. 1, 2, 3. Although this road here looks like it would be a good middle point. But I'm not changing the infrastructure just for that. Now, I did say trees in this area, and we're going to put them on the outskirts. And it says overlapping item issue. So let's not add any trees. There is a wild Cubone, that's Gen 1. And that sounded like Gen 1's remake in Fire Red and Leaf Green as the noise. Smoothing this out. You don't want it to look like that. Let's increase our size to make this a little bit quicker. And we'll go ahead and smoothen this out too. Trying to get rid of a little bit of the mountain there. Oh, that was going downhill. Oh. I didn't realize that we went to an area that was downhill. And okay. Then let's fill this entire thing in. Right click there. See, over here is uphill. It sounds like I caught the Pokemon. And then we want to stay a little bit above the black line. Which is actually quite higher than I thought it was. Oh, because over here is downhill as well. Oh, that's right, that would be downhill. We came uphill that way. We want to go pretty much to that black line and then make it disappear. I went too fast when I moved. Took a chunk out of the mountain. Bring the mountain range out a little bit. And then smoothing this out quite a bit. Alright, that should be better for us to work on later on. Now, what I want to do is find out how it's sloping up this way. We could keep it the height of this double lane road and cut into the mountain a little bit more, or we could bring it up to this black line. Up at the top, I mean. I think for the mall, we would want it to be flat, right? Let's grab this height and cut this out. Delete this road. Place it back in. 264. And then this way we're going to pause because we're going to have to delete this road as well. This one we don't have to measure because we put an indicator right there. And now yeah, we're just going to do a temporary connection like we have been. Now that said, it was a little crooked actually. And I deleted the power line by accident. Now it's at 90. Now it's at 88. 90 again. There you go. Connect you back up. That added a little bit of a retaining wall. That's fine. That actually makes it look better, honestly. I like that. We could do something cool with a retaining wall like that and build a bridge across it. Let's keep that in mind later on. But anyway, we're going to go back in here. I'm going to press play because everything else we're going to do can all be done while the game is running. And I was going to say, do we need an asymmetric road here? But then I realized there's only 2 directions for them to go, so no, we don't need it. This area here. Let's do a quick build of this. I'm thinking roads inside this square. Large parking lot in the center. How can we do this parking lot? Could do something like this and have them all connect. This would have to be a little bit wider, and these would have to be in more, or... yeah, we can't have them be a perfect square. It's a 5 by 9 block? Parking lot, I mean? Is there anything more that's more unified? That's 10 by 8. This is just one huge parking lot. That might actually be better. What does this look like? Yeah, I'm actually a fan of that one. Alright, let's delete these. I'm going to use Anna key so that I can place these in, and then we'll delete this road. And now I shouldn't have to worry about any elevations because this whole area should be flat. Except for that tree. There's one little tiny piece right here. Whoa. Okay. This, no parking fee. But now we have to try and place zoning against this. And what I want to do first is take our zoning tool and say no zoning on this side of the road. Now, what side does it take it off from on this? That's the wrong one. I want it like this. Wrong one. And then I guess I have to do this one again for over here. No. So now all of the buildings are focused on the main road in the middle, called Cherry Street. I kind of want more zoning. So maybe we extend these roads. For some reason, it didn't add more zoning over there, so we'll have to use our zoning tool. And this doesn't seem right. We just have to fix the zoning, I think. Zoning tool. Both sides. Actually, let's take zoning completely off this road. And then put it back on. Still did a weird thing there. Take it off of there. You, I want zoning on you. No zoning. Zoning on both. You do weird things. No zoning on you. There we go, that's better. Zoning. Okay, this is a better area looking. Alright, so... I have, I think, things here that we can place in. I do! Specialized buildings. Give me 1 second to... I feel like I was sliding in my chair a little too far.
Pending updates to our power
Okay, so we have Grand Dynasty Hotel,
We urge the public to remain calm during these
Fleur de
hours of
Thay.
service and to follow
At least
the
I think I'm
guidelines
pronouncing
on
that
the
right.
city's website on
A
how to
tea
manage
salon
and
with a
play
beautiful
this
terrace welcoming you every day for breakfast, lunch, and afternoon treats, where you can sip on a variety of teas and other refreshing beverages while basking in the lovely atmosphere. That sounds wonderful for this area. It's a little tiny thing. Look at how small it is.
This has been a local public service announcement.
It's so adorable.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with Jay
Okay, you're gonna go right there.
and we're pervading some of the
Look at that cute little thing.
on the air. Keep that dial right here.
A little bit of stuff on the outside. You can sit outside and eat your tea. Eat your tea. Drink your tea.
Borealis is expected to light up the night sky.
That's right.
What
you
else do we
don't
have in here?
look up this evening.
We have this thing.
Promises to be quite a
Riverside Grill. Premium meats subtly seasoned
on the run.
and cooked to perfection. For an unforgettable taste experience await you at this restaurant, where people can enjoy meals in an elegant setting. So you're definitely going to go right next to the cafe here. You look identical to the cafe. I must have... Whoa. I wasn't clicked on the right thing for sure. How do I get you on this road? I want you centered. You center better on this road, so I'm actually going to place you there, and then try my best to move the little guy. You come over here. This is huge. The Riverside Grill. Okay. Where would I like this, actually? We're gonna keep going through, and I'll move things around for what I think may be better. A drive-in cafe offering a wide range of coffees and diverse beverages, from macchiato to bubble tea, to satisfy all your cravings on the go. This probably... Oh, it's not a little guy. This is a long guy. Which would probably do better back here. Then we have the Lobster Tail, a refined maritime ambience where the lobster reigns supreme, offering a coastal culinary experience in every bite, all while enjoying your meal with friends or loved ones. You're probably a large one. You're not a large one. Okay, I'm going to place you on this road if I can get to it. For some reason, here we go. And what I'm going to do is move these around. I'm going to put the little key place there. And I want you here. Steakhouse, we have a lot of food-related things here. I'm going to try and skip over food-related stuff. Canopy Cafe, Gusto Gelato, that's ice cream. Ice cream. Made Tea Lounge, we already have tea. Apothecary? Cocktails, welcome masters, favorite drink. This looks more adult-related, so we'll put that here. Oasis Kitchen, that's still a lot of food-related stuff. Is there anything that's not food-related? Featuring an electric mix of live music, vibrant performances, and chic ambience, the Horizon Lounge is the ultimate destination for night entertainment. Eclipse Nightlife. Slip into the Eclipse. Every night transforms in a journey of non-stop entertainment. Lose yourself in music. An expensive local brewery. Modern bowling alley. I do want a bowling alley. This is a very large building. We might want a smaller parking lot. We're gonna go out here for now. And you, I'm gonna move you, because I think when I move the parking lot, it messed you up. You have issues. I am gonna delete you and place you back in, hope that you work. Bowling alley. Yes. Go right there and don't have any issues. There we go. Could you fit in the middle? You could, and then this could be right here. And then I could have something else smaller right there. Are these two food-related things? Espresso and tea next to each other. That's probably fine. I think they would probably be next to each other as like competitors. Cinevista. Little cinema. And by little, it is not little. We might need a larger cell here. Skylines Heritage Museum. I don't think we need a museum. Corner Theater, yes. We will add a theater. I want it the right way on this road. But for some reason, it's doing weird things. Like, that's not against the road. Over here, it's against the road. On that side, it's not. I think that's a zoning issue. I put no zoning on that side. All the zoning is over here. So now when I place this in, it does work. Okay. What else do we have here? We have Majestic. That's another cinema. We have Nitro Kingdom. Party Experience. Okay. Deep Blue Oceanarium. And the Form of Arts. These are both like museum type things. So we're not going to do those. So what I think we'll do in between all of these is different things here. May offer menu devices, influences, features, dish, meals. No. No. That's Oasis Kitchen. This is probably a large one. It is fairly large. And it's also doing weird zone things. And then you don't want to be placed where I want you to be placed. You will place there. That's close enough. That is huge. That's a film place. Skylines Museum, no. The Cinevista is another cinema place. So I think in the rest of these spots, we're first going to try and spread out more things. So this is not going to be exactly right there. You're going to come down here. This is alcohol. I'm going to move you over on this side of the road if I can get you there. I'm going to move you over a little bit. We're going to go in the middle of the road here. Can I get you on this road again? Something's weird going on here. Move you over here for now while I fix the zoning. I can look at it. I do want zoning there. Then why didn't you go over here? I don't want you on that road. I want you on... Not right there. Is it anarchy? Anarchy might be messing with things. Let's turn anarchy off. I want it not on this road. You place right there. There we go. Overlapping items. With what? Anarchy's back on. What overlapping items was it complaining about? This road, maybe? No idea. So we have a steakhouse, a lobster place. So that would be like, in US examples, Outback and Red Lobster. Then we have a place for drinks. I'm going to move that over just to make sure that it is placed not using anarchy. We have a place for tea. Move that over. It says that it's not getting any spruce. There it goes. This is ice cream. We're going to move that somewhere in the center. We have a bowling alley. We have a theater. We have another fine dining restaurant. And then this is coffee. And I want the coffee place to be in the center. Or to the left more. Okay. I'm going to keep this large place there temporarily. But what we're going to do is make sure that nobody can park on the sides of the roads here. Actually, that's another thing we can do. We can add parking to the individual roads. Using this. It does make the roads wider. And let's turn anarchy off. There is one-sided parking though. We can make this all a one-way road. I think we'll go for parking instead. Little parking stalls around the place. If I can get them situated right. I want you facing Oh, you don't face the way that I want you to face. Okay. You do, but you're too big. You're too long. We're just getting into bigger parking lots. You would be perfect for right here, though. Move you over. So that this isn't connected to that main road. And then if I can, I want you placed back next to the parking lot. But I can't because there's weird zoning issues there. And I could place you here if I move over the ice cream place.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution.
So there is there a skinny? There is a skinny. I need it to
A driving advisory
not be
has been issued
horizontal.
for the
I need
immediate
vertical.
area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution.
I don't think there is a vertical one that I'm
and
looking
try
for.
to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
I were
This is
place this in
sound
with a
radio
little road
classical
here.
for the modern age. Unlike most modern music, classical has always been penned by someone
I don't
sitting in
want that
front
road
of a
though.
sheet of blank paper, using only their
We're gonna delete that because I think that messed with the zoning.
slides through a silent audible masterpiece. Now here we sit, listening at
Parking.
full volume.
Right here.
Our souls are transported. But
Alright, now these two are fairly close to each other. I think
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming.
we'll move the
The
tea
area is
place
attracting
over
more
here.
high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop
I
for
didn't need a
designer
cinema.
shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate.
And then we could
Or
place another one of
so
these
tells me.
over here.
That's good for business and good for the community.
Which one are you?
Thanks, Jim.
You are definitely this one.
We'll be back after this. Industry
Is that right there?
is on the rise, and
I don't like how the
industry is
road
doing well,
ends, so we're gonna move that out a little bit more.
You're sinking this boat, Glenda.
Bring you to there. That looks like it would end better. Then over here, there's definitely not enough room for that. Not that one. That is the one we see over here. What about these? It's a 3. Wouldn't have room for a 3. This one? We could add a few of these. And this is underground parking, and then the multi-level ones. That one definitely could fit as well. How about this one? This has solar panels. What we're gonna do is we're gonna add a few of these. What we're gonna do is place this one here. Move you to right there. Add another one of these to the right of it. And we could add one more thing right here in this corner. But what I think I'm going to do is a bit of regular zoning right here. That's a 5, so let's do a 5 by 5. Alright, and then delete this. We don't need that there anymore. And what we can do over here is build the ground back up. Or I guess lower at this point. And then we're going to flatten this entire area here. Which is one level lower than it was before. So I'm actually going to go from this side and bring it over to the road. All right. And then smoothing here. Try and get that retaining wall a little bit lowered. Now what I'm going to do is add a retaining wall to this road, though. I think it would benefit from it. I think that looks better, for sure. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I meant to close out of this. Alright, now the next thing. We have the outdoor mall. The only thing left on the list is the university, which we are going to skip. What I'm thinking about doing, like I said at the beginning of the stream, is adding this entire block of just a ton of row houses. We're going to make Walnut Corner include this entire area. Let's actually call this Walnut Square, even though it's a rectangle. Same thing, right? It does have speed bumps, though. Would that be an issue? I think the speed bumps would only be on the smaller roads, though, right? Not too much of an issue. Alright. Can I move this down without a road being... We're going to try. I think I can do it by just making sure that the corners are 90 degrees. Because the road's going to follow that, right? Okay. I'm going to grab our double roads. Bring this one all the way down to here. Bring it in. Grab our other double roads. There's a Frillish in chat. The automated messages went out and scared me for a moment there. And I also just realized that we're at 6 hours now because of those messages. I'm glad that they showed up. Now, how do we do the lengths here for the little roads? I don't know a good way to figure this out other than go to here, but that doesn't tell me the length. And that tells me the length, though. That's 120. What would be 120 this way? That would be right here. Bring you all the way down to here. And then should be able to see where this is. I can't really tell. Can I go like this and figure it out? 152. About right here. I'm going to guess this is either identical or close to 152. 145, actually. This is a smaller square. We'll go right down here. Now, what I got to do is this and this. Make sure no zoning on these. And also right here. Do all the zonings look correct? We don't have any zoning right here. That is not correct. So let's do this. And now we can add paths through the center of this. That's not path. This is path. Bring this all the way across. But we have it on the bend tool, so we have to click twice. And now what I want to try and do is connect it into this area. So if I move this over just 1 square, how weird does that look against the end of the road? Not that weird. Okay. Then you can go right next to it. We can add a path that curves through here. We don't really need one right here because I could just funnel in that way. But over here, it would be far away. So first, I'm going to grab a little bit right there. And then we're going to do a 3-point curve. Or 2-point curve, I mean. Which would go to here, here, and then in. And then there are too many crosswalks here, so I'm going to get rid of one of these crosswalks. We don't need 2 there if there's one right next to it. Next path. Grab from about right there. And all the way up here. Forgot that we were still in the bend tool. And now, the zoning. Do all the edges, since I know that they're not going to build on the spots I don't want them to build. But I still want these to be put in first, just in case they could have the chance of doing it anyway. This may take a while because we don't need that many medium density buildings. But they're also building it. It's just a slow process. Could we add another path access right here? We move you over. How far? Right there? Oh, no, we had that over on purpose so that it wasn't connected to the road. Okay, so this path. Here, and then in, but we can't. I don't want to make them walk all the way around the corner to get in. What if I grab from right here? And then just have it connected into the road. Looks a little weird with the parking lot, but it's fine. And we're on the slowest speed again. I don't know how we kept getting into the speed. Maybe when I press exit it does that? We also want to make the parking no price, free parking. Because we need to add grass to this area before I forget. We're not going to add trees to it, it's just grass. This, on the other hand, we are going to add grass and trees to. We should probably put in small parking lots for this area, since they can't park on the main roads. So we'll do that in just a moment. I have to find out what parking lots we used in the other places. So there's a parking lot right here. It is called a small parking lot. Small parking lot. We're going to sprinkle these in randomly, because it doesn't matter where for right now. I don't want them on the main road.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be
So that should be good. And are we making them pay for it?
During these breaks in
Yes.
service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website
Alright.
on how to plan.
It looks like all the zoning is in for where we
This has
placed it.
been a local public service announcement.
So I'm gonna go like this.
Local authorities are urging
Highlight the
public to
entire
conserve
thing.
water and reduce the burden on the city during this
And then
water
all we're
shortage.
gonna do is delete the
Conserve
houses
water
that make
also
too
stop
small of a
leaking.
yard,
Put
and I
running
don't
water in
see
your
any.
lawn
Oh, I do
and
see
shower
2.
with a friend whenever
Oh, I see
possible.
3.
This
4.
has been a local public
This one,
service
this one, this one,
You're
this one.
listening to Second Moon, the station for the cultural sophisticated.
Everything else is either 1 square off or the length that I want.
Classical genre. Let us move now from the musical page to the literary. Here we have some perfectly anguishing correspondence from a listener. My dear Professor Hornbuckle,
Alright,
whereas I
while this is going, let's take a look at our services to make sure that we're still keeping up with everything.
modesty
Power,
demands that I
so far in the green, we don't have to worry about that for a while.
I am but a
Water, yes. Sewage, getting pretty close. Which means we want to double this up somewhere else. And since it creates a lot of air pollution... Ooh, I forgot to check. Air pollution this way.
Professor Hornbuckle,
We were in the...
as a traveler from my
We should be okay. The houses right here aren't really complaining about it in this light color, so we should be fine. What I might do for water is add the next water pump system out here.
Poet chaps, eh? Here's a tune just for you, and I do hope it
Not
provides
sure.
your thinking spirit some
Alright, let's go to the next one. Next is health.
For a real treat tonight, as the
Our
aroma
healthcare is going down, so we might want to add a small healthcare place over here. Let's do that while everything's building in. It's not too damaging. Medical clinic,
This just in from traffic.
modern
If
clinic.
you're thinking about hitting the streets,
We don't want
don't
hospital.
expect delays
We want a
on the
small
roads,
one.
especially during rush hour.
Good to
And
know.
I'm gonna place it
Everyone's
here.
in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you
And
can,
then let's
plan your
upgrade it a little bit. So
outside.
this does extra
Oh,
ambulances,
I'd rather wait an hour in
and
traffic.
this does a room for more patients.
Besides, if I did
We're not gonna worry
I'd
about
never
more
get
patients. Alright, next thing. How's our death care? Crematorium is fine. We're almost 200 above. No, we are 200 above the amount of deaths that we have right now per month. We can handle almost 700 deaths per month, and we have roughly 400 per month. Which is why we kind of are keeping up with the death, but not immediate. Trash, we're doing fine. Our landfill's almost full, but we have enough, because we have a recycling center, that they will take care of it over time. Fire, we're in the green, we're fine. This is disaster control, we can skip that. Police, everything's green. Even the crime is down to 2%. Administration is something that we probably should have work on. I'm going to write this down. Where welfare upgrade. I don't think the welfare building is something I can upgrade to. No, it's just something I can select district to. So we might want to add one of those over here near the mountain area. Actually, we could probably put it right here. Get rid of this parking lot, add the building right against the road. It'll dig into the mountain a little bit, but I'm alright with that. Where is that at? I think it's in policing.
This is an emergency
It is
broadcast to all
right here.
citizens.
A heavy
What's this
storm
one?
has
Citizen Service Area, a building that provides welfare for citizens, employment, guidance, and conducts various businesses
are expected.
for the public.
Citizens are advised to remain indoors until the situation passes.
Reduces the price of imported goods. I don't think we need those. This, hoping it would be a little bit smaller than the other building. Is it smaller? This pretty much is the width of the road. This one is more than the road, so we're going to do this one. Actually, no, they're just rotated. And I like this one a little bit more. Overlapping items because the road underneath is weird. Anarchy, please. Alright. It connects. It has weird parking issues because of the road, but it's fine. So that means we have a little bit better coverage. It's not enough for the entire city, 100%. But it does mean that this isn't trying to do everyone. We probably should have another one out in this area in Heathercroft. And then probably another one out here. Which I think we're pretty much done with residential in this area, because we can't really get into the mountains. So next time we come back, we are going to work on building in these areas. These two spots. Education. We're doing perfect on college. We're a little bit in a light green with high school. That's just because people are graduating from elementary school, which we probably should have a small elementary school out here. You are red. So let's add a normal elementary school, which would be this one. It has upgrades. And the upgrades are a children's clinic, in case they get hurt. They have an extension wing for more space. And they have a yard. Let's place in a few of these. What do they do? Add well-being within 300 meters, and it's an outdoor recreation. Let's add a few of these. We only need one of the children's clinic, because they don't really get hurt as much as you'd think they would. And immediately this school is filled up to capacity. There's a slugma in chat. One of the things that everyone makes jokes about. Alright. What's the next thing on here? Transportation. Oh yeah, we need to update our bus routes in this entire area. Update buses. What about another subway stop? I think this area would most likely go to there. I don't think they'd be really worried about distance-wise. A lot of people are still using the taxis. Do I see a lot of taxis if I go into this? How do I only see taxis? I click on this. No, that doesn't let me see. Taxi stands. Okay, that shows me all the taxis. I just had to get rid of everything else. What is this? That's a bus. That's what I meant to do. Okay. Next thing, mail, which needs to be updated. We can easily update that, but I think we were going to add a post sorting facility. So we'll just do upgrade postage. What I'm going to do temporarily is add in a bunch of the drop-off places. These little mailboxes. So we're going to need 2 in this area. If I can place them. Doesn't look like I can place one there. So what we'll do is place them in here. We'll give 1 to the universities. And then we'll add a few out here.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching.
And we're going to add 1 inside the commercial area.
We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm has passed.
Is there anywhere else that needs more? Probably out here? Oh, this is our... Okay, we don't actually need those there. We do need one for the farms. We'd be fine with just one. And we don't have any over here. Add one there and
We interrupt this
one over
program
here.
to bring you a special news bulletin.
A heavy storm is
Then our next thing is telecom.
likelihood of hail is very high.
Very yellow.
Slowdowns and damage to
Very
homes
not
and
good.
property are expected. Citizens are advised to remain
A
indoors
center for
until the
media
situation
broadcasting, telecommunications, and remote cellular networks increases the network capacity. Telecom tower, I think does the same thing, and we really want it green. So we probably should have one out here. I can't put it on the highway, I can put it right here. So I'll add one for these guys, which does most of the little area over here. You don't have any upgrades? Is it the smaller one that has the upgrades? I guess it would be. Okay, then where else can we put it that starts turning green? Probably one out here with the farms. Keep forgetting it doesn't have any upgrades. We are getting mostly green. So I think we only need one more out this way. I mean, we're in the point where a lot of it's being taken up by our downtown area. But this is mostly green if I just add one more. So we'll add one. Yeah, right here. Okay, that's all communications done. Leisure. Very bad in leisure because we don't have a lot of parks put around here. So let's add regular parks just thrown about. That's not parks. That's not parks. This is parks. We'll do a few large ones. And I'm just going to try and find places that it works. None up here. We could put one here. But I kind of want one that's long right like that. Add another one here. We don't have any out this direction. So I'll add one here, I think. I can't add it there because it's in water, apparently. So ignore that area. Let's add a couple small ones over here. This should help with them complaining about leisure. And then a couple over here. These guys are very upset. But actually a lot of the places that we have covered are where all the residential spaces are. So there are some, like I could place one right here. That would help a little bit. Has issues with the roads to the right, and I don't know why. We could place one here though. So we'll do that. Another one over here. It doesn't really affect much. And then that is the university. So that's all we're doing for them. Tourism. We have a lot of areas for them to go to. And I think that's pretty much it. That's everything we can look at. How is our money? We're making 16 million a month and we're spending 13 between our services and the area or town encompasses. Production. We're only doing okay on cotton and vegetables. And ore, but we don't use a lot of ore, so there's no reason to look at that. So when we come back, we're going to need to do more production. So that's 5 things we have to look at when we come back. What we're going to do now is find who we're going to raid out to. So I will go like this. Now we actually need to rotate a different angle so we can see everything that we built this stream. The only thing I don't like is the fact that it is probably getting colder because it's in winter. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Mondays and Wednesdays from 10 AM to 12:30 PM EST, and on Saturdays from 10 AM to 2 PM EST.